Hello, everyone. This is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And it is Friday night, or technically what's left of Friday. Um, yeah, all 34 minutes of it. And let me start off by saying, long live the habitual line steppers. Please keep in mind the bottom of your screen. The message scrolling across the bottom is this is for entertainment purposes only, and fair use is in place as we I will probably progressively show clips of the interesting commentary from one Kwame Brown. Um, now, uh, let me throw out a disclaimer. Like, Um, I honestly haven't followed a guy like Kwame Brown. The most I've learned about this guy is basically this week and everything that has happened, including him going viral for. But one thing that I do know is that he was ridiculed for quite some time, and to the tune of almost 20 years or over. It doesn't matter. It's like a lot of years, but I also understand from everything that I have seen this week is that he was pretty humble and quiet for those 20 years. And, people just keep bringing it up. He's, just imagine that. Being straight out of high school and given all these millions of dollars and being the number one draft pick. Many experts and uh, people with opinions have said that maybe his the outlook on his career would have been a bit better if he hadn't been the number one draft pick. So that put a lot on his shoulders, a lot of pressure. And according to uh, people with opinions, again, his career and him being the number one draft pick, he didn't live up to the expectation, although he did have success. Carrying around the label of a bust, which is nothing that is easy to deal with, but with someone with the character and strength of this guy, Kwame Brown, uh, uh, it really shows you what kind of person he is at the end of the day. To have absorbed all of that stuff and now at the, this week letting it all out and with of no consequence to himself because he's a self-made man because of his success in the NBA. He was a smart man. Is to my understanding, all he really did wanted to do was put his mother in a house, which is awesome to say the least. Which I give him all the credit in the world for. But before we get into all the other stuff, all of the heavy stuff, I just wanted to say first that uh, yeah, there's a degree of respectability that goes with him because does he builds within his community. He is from Brunswick, Georgia. If Brunswick, Georgia sounds familiar to any of you watching and any of you that will catch the on demand replay, that's where Ahmaud Arbery was viciously murdered, stalked and murdered by three racists. I mean, let's just not even sugarcoat it. And Gregory and Travis McMichael and their little friend is on trial. Well, they're being charged. I don't know when the trial is going to actually start or begin, but you can't get to it soon enough. And this just off subject a little bit. Uh, it amazes me how you can actually have recorded footage of a human being murdered, and it has to go to trial, just like with the Derek Chauvin case. I mean, although he was found guilty, everyone's waiting to see what the sentence is going to be. But hopefully, in Ahmaud Arbery's case, justice will be served. But it is Georgia. But it's just what do I know? They might, all three of those men might be convicted and have to go to jail for a very long time. But uh, from some of the facts, so we'll just wait and see. So yeah, Kwame Brown. I think I was watching one of his videos, and he's actually developing 2 youth centers down there in Brunswick. Talk about giving back to the community. Not saying that he hasn't been doing that already. And I may learn some things during this broadcast about Kwame Brown himself, because I do have trustworthy panelists that come up here. But here's how all black men can relate to Kwame Brown. American black men, especially. Imagine being a young man out of high school, got all this expectation world on your shoulder, and everything comes down on you like a ton of bricks. I mean, it's like you gotta, like, he for them to pull him out of high school like that, he had to be an amazing talent. But I guess they put, like, I guess they thought he was gonna be like the next Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, and I mean, making like three former basketball players, making snide remarks. I mean, Kwame Brown. I mean, whatever on that. He did what he did in his career. He did okay numbers. He played plenty. I mean, I googled him, and you see those images of Jordan and Kobe yelling at him, but you know, he from the kind of brother that I've seen speak this week, he didn't seem like he took it too personally. He just, hey, you know what? They're competitors. That's what they do. But in all of his rants and all of his speeches, and what I like to refer to as him clearing the air. And basically, if you're going to spend years upon years of insulting him, let him get some shots in too. It can't always. And that's the funny thing about I see about how some people do. It's like they take all these shots and then when you finally fire back, all of a sudden it's all this stupid gaslighting, all this attempted gaslighting and shit. Like, you're not supposed to say anything back. And telling the guy he's sensitive, and there was very many words passed between all of these people. So I mean, you would think after 20 years, the you can't say anything if he's finally had enough. If he, just kind of waited and, did his thing and made sure that his life was straight, that his family's life was straight. And from what I understand, he does come from poverty. He is a self-made man. He went to the NBA, but he was smart with his money. He wasn't a guy that, I mean, I don't know his life personally, but he wasn't a guy that I guess was in the club ball and doing the bankhead bounce and spending money buying rounds rounds and rounds of drinks and getting drunk and doing drugs and spending money on heifers and shit. You know, getting sued by sack chasers. I mean, if you come into that kind of money, and you stay scandal free, of course you're gonna be okay. I mean, in one of his videos, he was like, "I got the tractor back there." Sound like he got some land too. I mean, land is where it's at. So anyway, I mean, he just wow. This is like probably one of like this is pro. I put this on the scale of No Vaseline by Ice Cube and Hit 'Em Up by Tupac, and I just rolled that up together and put it into uh, what the year 2021 needs right now: some brutal honesty from some black men. And I am glad that I'm seeing so many black men come forward and be brutally honest with people. I mean, even if it's other black men, and that sometimes is necessary, but brutal honesty doesn't require you to cherry pick. And that was Kwame Brown's problem with, general problem with who he was flaming and roasting. These guys would, according to him, cherry pick. Because, I haven't watched all the Smoke podcast. I haven't watched it. I didn't even know that Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes were doing a podcast called All the Smoke, but I know now, and that's become because of Kwame Brown. I mean, and these guys start throwing shots about what they did in their careers versus what he did in his career. And I mean, let's be brutally honest here. When I hear a conversation of NBA greats, I mean, I don't hear Kwame Brown's name. You're gonna hear his name a lot, like from probably from here on out. But I don't hear Gilbert Arenas or Steven Jackson or Matt Barnes. And I actually gave Matt Barnes some credit on this channel, like some time back. Being a man who reduced his alimony and child support payments, from what I understand, and then uh, you know, telling thoughts to kiss his ass. No, I even christened him like the single father hero. But I don't know. After hearing all of that, and then just like and this is, and as much as he said it, as much as he clapped back and flamed them dudes, he said a lot of real shit along with it, which kind of makes me think about this yeah, Gilbert Arenas. Yeah, Gilbert Arenas had, he had talent, I mean, but like, it's like, as far as the greats, that was just the point I was making. I mean, Gilbert Arenas had issues also, but very, very talented. Very, very talented. But, so I would say Kwame Brown had every right to flame them dudes like that, but he really didn't stay on Gilbert. It sounded more like, from what was being reported, that Gilbert Arenas knew his role. I mean, it is cool because I mean, he had enough for Matt Barnes. Like that shit was funny. Calling it like what a tragic mulatto and Becky with the good hair. I mean, that was the one that was really killing everybody. It got to the point where Matt Barnes challenges this man to a fight, to a boxing match or something. Something like that, and that shit probably won't happen. But and he flamed Charlemagne the God so bad to the point where Charlemagne the God had a cease and desist order and shit. And I mean, the way he did the whole Breakfast Club in, and then DJ Envy, like with with what he said about Kevin Samuels, that just the timing of this stuff. Wow. I mean, like, if he don't feel like he's been, like he dug this hole, Like DJ Envy, like he dug the hole last week, and then this week he got hit over the head with a shovel. Like he fucked DJ Envy up. Google DJ Envy and see all the light skin pics this man done took. Like, damn. Like, what do you say about that man? He's like, saying he wear a collar saying my wife's bitch or something like that. He's on a leash. I like, nah, this man, like, go. It's called let's see, what is this YouTube channel called? But is Kwame Brown's bust. Like he been flaming them like multiple times a day, and he got time. He got time. I mean, shit. This it this it's been coming for 20 years. So anyway, Kareem Henry, what's going on? They started it and he finished it. I watched all of his videos for the last 3 days and was cheering him on. And I mean, like I said in the beginning of this broadcast, I don't, I know that's not the whole picture, but at the same time, when you have taken what this man has taken, then it's pretty academic. I mean, personally, I don't like when people feel like that they can just keep saying shit about you. Oh yeah, Stephen A. Smith too, who kind of like he 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 he'll say some stuff sometimes, but the consistency that he says them in, like as far as like black issues, it just seems more like it's virtue signaling compared to some of the other things that he has said on the air. Now, it's just like he's right about stuff like he should not care about anyone else's opinion, and I'm not writing his checks, or I'm not going to pay his bills if he gets fired. But your boy Kwame Brown also made that point too. It's like, why can't y'all guys just acknowledge that he's done okay for himself? I mean, no matter what kind of career he had. If he wasn't the number one draft pick, would you be having that conversation, or is just like, it seemed like guys like that would just acting like some cool niggas. You know what I'm saying? And I don't too much dig people like that. Seriously, like, why can't shit just be cool? But I mean, they seem like they're getting what they deserve. Then like the Breakfast Club, yeah, like I said, the Breakfast Club, he just flamed. So, hmm, yeah, I guess so. So we got DJ B side 1965. What's going on? It says 20 years of brutality unleashed in a matter of 72 hours. And still going too. Still going every time he go live. Oh yeah, his YouTube channel, like, it's got like 60, 70,000 subs in like a matter of 3 days. Like he's over 100K right now. So congratulations to him. Yeah, man. But like, just this should teach people a lesson. Just watch who you fuck with. Just watch who you fuck with. I mean, he I don't know. I guess it is kind of wise to wait on your spot. I mean, it'll just be that moment in time where you strike. You just let people just build up and build up and build up and build up, and then you just boom. And Kwame Brown, he's been on he's been on YouTube for quite some time. Yeah, that's his name, his YouTube channel, Kwame Brown's Bus Life. Yeah, yeah. He made an incredible point though, like about how these media outlets go after always going after black athletes. Like they always roasting black athletes, black male athletes, trashing black male athletes, making us look bad. I mean, well, them. I mean, my relatability is being a black man. But yeah, is but these white athletes that don't really do shit with their careers. Like, and I'm not saying, I mean, they're all athletes, and I do respect the craft. I mean, that's something that I can't go out there and do. I can't go out there and play professional basketball. Even if I spent the rest of my days dedicating my life to being in shape. At 44, right, for real, I'll never be an NFL player. So I respect the craft. I respect athleticism. The guys put their bodies on the line, for greatness, and some of them for money, but others for the love of it. So yeah, I mean, just yeah, all this, so everybody who's calling this man a bust, I mean, how can you call this man a bust? I mean, he did right. He did the right things. I mean, a lot of the ways a lot of these professional athletes go is just a bust. I mean, like I said, I got respect for the craft, but indigenous TV, Kwame Brown is on these folks like the Punisher. And like he all over, he on them like venom. Shit, that motherfucker. Like it's crazy. It's crazy what a little controversy can do. It's crazy what a little controversy can do. It brings out the truth. You know what you can do is see past the jokes and listen to a lot of what he's saying about how media programming works, and it's always things like that are always going to be to our disadvantage as a people. They in order for you to get accepted in the mass media, and by the way, I feel, oh my god, from what I observe, it seems like uh, the power dynamic is shifting away from mass media. I mean, look at the kind of responses they gave Kwame Brown as he was spitting out all these truths. They were giving scripted responses, like Charlemagne the God. Really, was that shit really cool to bring up this man's family history after the kind of career success that he's had? No, it wasn't. It makes it seem like Charlemagne the God was actually sent to do damage to this man, since like all these other guys, they're like, what do you call them, the peanut gallery, like they work for bigger entities. And like, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, I mean, you can't expect guys to not do what their bosses tell them to do, and that was another point that he was making. It was like, look, he said he has no boss to go to. He ain't got no, he doesn't have to clock in when he wakes up in the morning. He said, if y'all late, they gonna fire y'all. So, but I don't like the fact that they started going into this whole little thing, like he's just upset that his career didn't. And I mean, they kept bringing up his career, blah blah blah. I mean, like, so what? How's the man doing now? What kind of work is this man doing? I mean, he's not a loser. I mean, he's not somebody that just sit around just bitter about his career not being better. He seems to be a very intelligent man. I mean, like, he, yeah, that, like, his exterior, they treated him like he was some kind of dumb guy, which is very offensive, by the way. And when you're humble and you see the world around you treats you like that, just because they see basically just some old black man out of the hood, instead of seeing that this is a guy that struggled and practiced his craft and persevered and made it. They treated him like this dumb dude. Yeah. And I mean, it's like they treated him like that for years. The butt of everybody's jokes. Now think about this, to the people who watch it. Do you want to be the butt of someone's jokes for 20 years? Like, just one person. I mean, you're likely to probably say something to that person sooner or later. You can play the cool dude role all you want. Ah, man, I don't let that get to me, man. But just imagine, you being a young kid, like, and this is a testament of this guy's will and maturity. Can you imagine, being right out of high school, kid right out of high school, and you got like, everybody just dumping on you like that? I mean, the will and determination to hold on, just play your career out. He had a career that spanned 12 years. So obviously he was playing his roles on the teams that he played for. So I mean, shoot, I mean, how can you hate that? But it was like he was saying, like they'll hate on black athletes. They get these white boys a chance. He mentioned Jake Cutler. They trying to give Jake Cutler 20-30 million dollars, but Cam Newton got to beg for a job. Kareem Henry, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. He said he is very refreshing, and 99% of people are behind him. And that's one thing, watching his videos. Like, I was watching one video, it was saying like, Michael Jordan never brought me to tears. Like, said Jordan gave him a hard time, but tears, nah, not this guy. And I mean, like, it's like a slander campaign, throwing in little pot shots and trying to go for the gut and go for the jugular every time you say something about the man. Like I said, I was not so privy to it. I mean, I might have heard it in passing, but really, like I said, I don't want to like come off as like one of these new fans, like people who wasn't really on Kwame Brown like that before. I mean, but it's like I can only imagine. I mean, I can only imagine. Hell, I give an example. I give an example. The Black Manosphere. Shoot, Black Manosphere has been getting quite the backlash lately. I mean, it's just more and more content creators coming out with more and more videos, just against something that they don't even fully understand or want to give a chance to. It's like, what if the Black Manosphere started clapping back at all that stuff? I mean, it'll be a mess, but like, it is. I think they should take some pointers. We should take some pointers from Kwame Brown. Shoot, I mean, shit. It's like it's only so much somebody can take. I mean, and for real, they can't say shit. Like but Charlemagne the God had to, get a cease and desist order because, like, for real, for what he was saying about him. Oh my God! But it's true. It's true. I even covered that. Like, how, what he was saying, like what he was saying initially about the experience itself. It just sound like Charlemagne the God. I'm talking about Charlemagne the God talking about the experience that, he was being accused of rape on. It just did not sound good at all. It was like, damn, dude. And I was actually kind of surprised that nothing happened to him. But whew, Kwame Brown, oh, he flamed Angela. He flamed Angela Yee. And I mean, like, I always knew the Breakfast Club was on some bullshit. But it's like it was just like with him making the point about the how they treat black athletes versus how they treat white athletes and how they participate in the in that the whole the Breakfast Club does that kind of shit to black men also. Like, bringing up like bullshit. Like, I remember some years ago, Charlemagne the God had Master P. Well, he was interviewing Master P on the Breakfast Club some years ago, and the first thing Charlemagne the God brings up is is like Mercedes. And I mean, like, out of all the things you want to ask Master P, you want to ask him about Mercedes, and anybody that has bought No Limit CDs, they open up CD, they see the CD that was supposed to come out. I mean, I don't know if she ever released that CD or not, because like No Limit, they will have album covers that they planned to release, but like a lot of them didn't happen. A lot of them did. Mercedes would be on the inside of the cover bent over the car, and Charlemagne the God mentioned that to Master P. Like I was saying, Master P is a very successful businessman, to this day. And Master P, he kind of made one of these moves. You gonna respect the ladies, man. I know her. She's out the hood. You know, you like you trying to what you mentioned that for? What like whatever. And then Charlemagne the God tried to steer away from it, and Master P like, nah, nigga, you gonna respect these ladies around here. Like he was very, and we know we have our sisters, issues. A lot of us have issues with sisters, but Master P is just one of those types. But Charlemagne the God, he's been on some fuck shit for quite often. Like most recently with Keith Stanfield, trying to bring up some bullshit. Trying to get Daniel Kaluuya, throw shade. When he was interviewing Daniel Kaluuya, trying to throw shade at Lakeith Stanfield, and Mr. Stanfield called him on his bullshit. That time, Monique uh, spoke like she came to the Breakfast Club after being called Dunk the other day, and then she she hit him with that "Birth of a Nation" remark, which means that Monique has watched "Birth of a Nation," the Nate Parker version that everybody slandered so viciously. Um, yeah, Charlemagne the God's been on some fuck shit for quite some time, and to be able to be a man that is accused of something egregious as rape and be able to get in the clear like that, which is not easy for a black man to pull off, by the way. It's not easy, and no one ever thinks about that. Nate Parker actually got off cleanly. Too many discrepancies in the case itself. Charlemagne the God, that wasn't so cleanly, but hey, we're here. Yeah, DJ Envy though, like for real, like DJ Envy just came off of like saying that shit about old KS, and then he had to face that onslaught. Like, please don't nobody else say shit about Kwame Brown. Like nobody else, nobody else, unless they are positive things. Yeah, and I should go ahead and throw this out there. He also interviewed with Tommy Sotomayor, like that. Like it seemed like it was like a year ago, and it popped up on my feed. I mean, I guess people are looking up his videos, and Tommy referred to him as a friend, and they got mad respect for each other. Despite whatever you may think about Tommy's views, I mean, it is what it is. That's something you can't contest. But I will say this: Kwame Brown is watch like he shouted out Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels, and it seemed like it was some respect shit. And I mean, like let's face it, Kevin Samuels is about to hit like stardom. Like I mean, he's like now YouTube celebrity. He's transcendent content creator. Like it is what it is. Very popular. And then both men, Tommy and Kevin, they're pioneers. So I mean, Kwame Brown, he sees that, and he threw out some respect. So you know, this sector right here, this sector right here, like those guys aren't necessarily, you know, aren't that I mean they don't necessarily need the black manosphere, but seriously, like any one of us, like they do often give us like little advice here and there, excuse me, like KS was just, telling guys, hey, you got the mic, what you gonna do? Shout it out. Say some shit. You know? I mean, a lot of people's issues about a lot of guys who get a microphone is that, they feel like that the guys aren't really saying anything. They're not building. or anything like that. And got men like me, I'm like, fuck all that. Say get up there, say what's on your mind. You might actually end up helping someone. As long as it's constructive and mature. I mean, I would say that would probably be a basic requirement. I mean, but shoot, whatever works. Anyway, what is Indigenous TV down here talking about? He said 20 years, that would mentally break most people to the point of something very dangerous. Thank God Kwame isn't mentally weak and he took it all in stride and instead just spoke his side of the story. Um, yeah, I remember a kid out of my hometown. Uh, and I mean, like, he's okay to this day. He's alive. He's alive as far as I know. But he was kind of a guy whose spirits got broken when he started playing football in college. He was really good in high school. They called him Mr. Football. The kid was named Jeremy Johnson. Then he ended up going to Auburn University, and he was the backup quarterback for Nick Marshall. Nick Marshall was the one that he was a quarterback that went to the national championship and lost against Jameis Winston and Florida State. But when Jeremy Johnson finally got a chance to step up to the starting quarterback position, he didn't do so well. What happened was they switched his style up to what they thought he should play instead of the style that worked for him, to get to college, college level play. And see, in Montgomery, we were always split uh, between two teams as far as like college football. I mean, I was like an HBCU guy mostly growing up. Like I was with Alabama State, Alabama A&M, Tuskegee, Southern, FAMU, those kinds of schools. I like the atmosphere that those games provided. But as far as national level, uh, like the ones the media love the most, media darlings. We have two major schools, and one of them is multiple time champion University of Alabama, uh, Crimson Tide, Nick Saban Roll Tide. That's one. That's the big one we're known for, and the other one is their distinct rival, Auburn University. So a lot of people in Montgomery chose Alabama, and a lot of people chose Auburn. But Jeremy Johnson went to Auburn. So you would think that he would get the hometown support because he was from Montgomery. Oh no. Oh no. Do you want to know what Alabama fans and liberal Democrats have in common? Total unbridled loyalty to their brand, to whatever they co-sign with. I mean, it was very disappointing to look at, on social media how they gave this kid the business because he didn't live up to expectation. In fact, Jeremy ended up losing his position. And granted, the team didn't get that far anyway. And I mean, like, I would say that it was due to the coaching. But then again, super stellar athletes, I mean, you're supposed to be the guy, the guy. You're supposed to earn the trust. And I mean, the thing that messed the kid up to me is they switched his style up. But to have your hometown come down on you like that had to have been hell. And I mean, like, grown ass people acting childish as fuck. I mean, like, I'm like I said, I was really disappointed. Like, social media really, I don't know, brings out the worst in some folks in some kind of way, whether they want to know it or not. But 20 years of Kwame Brown, yeah, that would have driven anyone to the point of depression, alcohol, and drug use. Um, and shoot, in some cases, suicide. You have to be a special individual to be able to withstand that kind of thing. To be able to beat your chest at the end of the day, despite the fact that everybody just doing you like that. But being the kind of person he is, like it looks like no one ever expected him to really do that based on the kind of person that he displayed himself to be on the court. A cordial young man that just appreciated, having the opportunity to be able to play amongst the greats. Jordan and Kobe? Come on now. Jordan and Kobe? How many people say, oh, I can play with Jordan and Kobe? Oh yeah, yeah, Charlotte. Yeah, like I said, like this is what gives a lot of validity to what Kwame Brown said about how media entities work together. To bring down black people. Like Charlemagne the God did that man like he had like he was like just another like a police brutality case or something, trying to bring up the man's history and what his family members did, and he got on camera and admitted that he said he had five brothers that went to prison, and they tried to paint him a violent man. That scary nigga shit right there. Anyway, so that's why he flamed Charlemagne the God. And like that shit was savage as fuck. Charlemagne the God even got a cease and desist order just to get that man to be quiet. So you, Charlemagne the God, officially lost this exchange. Shout out to Rogish the Bill Monger. Kwame done went full daddy, and folks are so used to the watered down, weak principled manhood that is shaking foundations. It's long overdue. It's long overdue. And that one right there was definitely long overdue. 20 years, you get, like for real, can you imagine how something like that marinates for 20 years? 20 years? 20 years of the shit? Come on now. Like 20 years, like that pretty much like that means they had it coming. Whoever had it, especially Stephen A. Smith. Like I said, Stephen A. Smith is pretty sneaky. Like I ain't been right with Stephen A. Smith ever since that whole WNBA Candace Wiggins incident where she said she was being harassed. Because like the hypocrisy in that is, okay, it's believe all women 1 second. Now Stephen A. Smith hopping up and down on TV. Oh, I need proof. I need some proof. You can't just say stuff like that. Like, huh? This woman says she's being harassed. And Stephen A. Smith all up in a bunch. Kissing booty for a certain group of people. Instead of doing the right thing across the board. So, I mean, Stephen A. Smith. I mean, he had it. He bound to have it coming from somebody because, like, I mean, he's the rag Kevin Durant, and your boy mentioned that too. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot to talk about here. Let me go ahead and open up the panel. Stephen A. is not a real person; he's a character. But I ain't gonna lie, when he did that baby Stephen A. Smith, that shit's funny as fuck. But hey, sometimes you gotta take the humor with the bullshit. And as long as you can acknowledge that some of these people are full of shit, you can stay real. You always have an opportunity to stay real. So, all right, stay real, like Kwame Brown. But make sure you're in a position to like, be able to punch your own clock. You don't want to ever you don't ever catch yourself in one of those we keeping it real goes wrong situation. And uh the way that Kwame Brown's YouTube channel is blowing up, like yeah, that's when keeping it real goes right. I mean, yeah, he already over 100K already. I don't know what his number was before all of this, but when I first started looking at his videos, he was like at 36K. Now this man is like, last time I looked, he's at 101K. That shit is nuts. But at the same time, that shit is awesome. Last night he had 14K looking at one of his lives. Like 14K. Those are KS numbers. I mean, for real, man. Our time is now, black man. For real. It's we gotta strike while the iron is hot. And if you want to bring some of that planning and building information, yeah, let's bring that too. Yeah, it can't always be a circus. We have to understand that these platforms are going to have to be used for something useful. We can have fun with this one tonight and everything, but just the reason why a lot of these platforms melt down is because that we're not open to all ideas and what we need to do. And I'm not telling people what we need to do, but I'll put it in the form of a suggestion. My suggestion is that we're open to different ideas. We don't have to go along with all of them, but it doesn't have to be like a 20 years of fucking with somebody because one day they might actually spank you and give you what you deserve. So, hey, let me go and open this motherfucker up. All right, fasted is life. What's going on? The Village Arsonist TV. Social media has power. Sure does. Sure does. People don't understand and realize that. I mean, a lot of folks be bullshitting with this stuff, and I mean, like, we understand that, but if somebody's making the bullshit work, then maybe we need to see why what we see is bullshit and what they see is something they work. So that's what I'll say about that. But yeah, social media has the power to make an idiot into a powerful zealot type. I mean, it makes it easy to find if like you say something stupid, and this is with a lot of us. If we say something stupid, we can find at least 100 people that will validate us for it. That can be very, 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 very disturbing. That can be very disturbing. It's what made Hitler powerful. The power of propaganda, the power to be able to expand so much on an idea that it changes the mentality of a large amount of people. And yeah, that's something we're gonna have to be careful with. But it's I'm tired of like I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I'm tired of black men always being charged with the responsibility of being careful with shit like this. Like we're gonna just like all of us are just gonna turn into like I don't know, Joseph Stalin or some shit, and then bring the nation down under some kind of communistic tyranny or some bullshit like that. It's like we we shouldn't have we shouldn't have to hear that bullshit. That's how monsters are made. Yeah, exactly. Like you ever look at social media posts and like on like take for instance a platform like Facebook. Can like do you ever look at these posts and wonder why they got so many responses? It's got like 300-400 likes. It's got like 4 5K comments, and you sit up there and wonder why that kind of stupid shit is even an issue. But oh well, if it has potential to make you money, there you go. Fasting is life. They are scared because we are the next leaders of this earth. They're scared we will do them like how they did us. The head shall be the tail. Uh, yeah, yeah. That has always been an entrenched fear ever since the end of slavery. And I mean, it's a bullshit fear, because you will find that most blacks is that after slavery, I would say most blacks just wanted to live peacefully, just wanted to be left alone. Just leave us the fuck alone. We'll leave you alone, and we can all live peacefully and live off the fat of the land. But lo- lo- losing the labor force had them bitter. So they, if you know anything about post slavery and Reconstruction, they had the black codes and what what that the kind of things and the atrocities that happened with that. But the one fear that the so-called quote unquote ruling class has always had is that if we gained any power, we will take our time and our energy to pay them back for all the atrocities that were committed against us for generation upon generation. And really, that's BS. Like a lot of us don't want blood. Some of us do, but if you express that shit, especially on social media, you're probably gonna get some knocks at the door. Just being honest. Yet and still, they still committed many atrocities against us. Like for one thing, even if we had a voice, they would do their best to silence us. That has been a technique that is age old, and they've been doing it since slavery. If we somehow had a voice, they somehow got silenced it, and they did it to very violent means. And once you do that for so long, then this trauma starts to develop. This fear, this if I speak out, they're gonna fuck me up kind of deal. Let's just be honest with that shit too. Like no, like lots of people are afraid to speak out about certain things and certain issues. Just like the way Kwame Brown was speaking compared to the way that the people he was going at was speaking, you would see some distinct differences in both. I mean, that's for the more enlightened minds. Yeah, I saw that bullshit, man. Like Joe Rogan, I was okay with him at times, but come on, man. Like, yeah, he actually said that bullshit. Let me read the comment. Joe Rogan, straight white males won't be able to talk as they are gunning us down. No one is trying to silence or enslave white people. They claim no guilt, but the way they talk is guilt. Ain't nobody trying to do that, man. We like they afraid that the power dynamic, if the power dynamic, like giving us any power, the power dynamic will shift. It's always been a suppression technique. So men like Kwame Brown always want to encourage black men to build, so to speak, to build. He's one of those guys, and will tell you, do he will tell you to do things like go down to the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, he'll tell you stuff like that. It ain't all cursing. That's all I'm saying. We have a tendency to be a people who have a knee jerk reaction. Like Revelations 2. The best payback would be to be sufficient and render them powerless while going about our business as usual. No one is thinking about enslaving them or payback, even if fear of grandiosity. Like, yeah, I don't want no slave, man. That'd probably be like dealing with a child. You gotta take care of it. You gotta buy food for. I mean, let me not speak in that way about just like, why would we want to enslave anyone? We just want to live our lives, fasten this life. What's going on?
Peace, bro. How you doing, man? Thanks for having this stream. I was sleeping. I woke up not long ago, and you know, I noticed not many people were live, and then I saw your channel that you had a live stream. So I'm like, hey, that's an interesting topic. So let me jump on.
Okay, so have you been keeping up with this situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you know me. I have many different views because whenever is someone related to what I'll call mainstream or part of the media, because he was part of the NBA. So I'm always very reluctant, you know, even if he's speaking on certain things. So what I tend to do is whenever it's someone who's related to the mainstream, what's it saying? Eat the meat, toward the bones. So what I'll probably do is I'll just stick to his talking point. What's happening is same thing. What's happening with Bill Gates in Freemasonry? They call it the walk of shame. So whenever you're part of their system, at any moment they can use you. What's the saying? They'll have some dirt on you. That's why if anybody knows about Hollywood, they call it what the casting chair. I'm sure you heard that term, right?
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. So, but there are many forms of uh, casting chairs. So something is going on. I'll call it a bit of distraction because there's something that's happening with our people worldwide. Uh, but the media, because it controls the minds of the people, they're putting things out there like noises to kind of like, oh, this is what's really going on with what's going on in the Middle East and all that stuff. But some way, somehow, I'm actually happy that many of our people are actually waking up and actually talking about it here in the real world. People are saying things that are not making any sense, especially since this bug from last year. So what I tend to tell people is, yeah, the brother is speaking, a lot of things that we talk about. If you want to talk about the manosphere and stuff, he's having a lot of talking point. But at the same time, I still have my foot in the ground, not on the boat yet, because by me knowing that he's connected to the mainstream media, uh, I, I'm like, we just have to be cautious because we don't know what's going on behind the scene. But at the same time, it's good that the message is actually being out there because I'm a spiritual person. The Most High can use anybody. He can even use our enemies to speak something that's truth to power, and we just have to take it and use it. But I'm still cautious. I'm like, this could be a distraction for things that we should really focus, like uh, what has just happened from last year, uh, the whole shutdown of the world. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what's going on, I don't know. I don't know. So,
Let me tell you something. I can talk in ways that'll probably get this YouTube channel snipped, but I'm not going to talk those ways.
yeah, yeah,
But, I understand what you're saying. This virus, it was more, to me. It was more than a virus. It was probably something much more going on, and it's. But if it showed you anything, it showed you how easy people are to control.
yes,
And
yes,
some people know they're being controlled, and they will fight to stay in that controlled state. I mean, people act like you can't even talk about it, and
mm,
even with platforms such as this, you have to be careful when you talk about stuff like this.
yeah. They had me. They had my channel on a strike. They deleted one video. The title of the video was "Cancer is Curable," and YouTube flagged me for misinformation, and they gave me a warning. And then I think I had something related to the bug, and they put a strike on me, and they were like, 2 strikes and you're out. So I went on without doing live streams or anything. Maybe I'll do a few uploads here and there, but it just made me realize that's why I tried to get content like places like Anchor or OnlyFans, just to put the videos that will be given a strike on YouTube. But the thing I've noticed is watch and see what happens. They're retracting everything, and because they know American people are very forgetful, because we live in a nation that live in an ambience, meaning, oh, hype, party, party, party. Don't be surprised if you remind people, be like, hey, wait a minute, we had the bug last. They'll be like, what bug? Oh, everything is back to normal. They retract, like, the things that they punish me, they strike my videos for speaking. They're retracting everything. My mom works at the airport. The whole 6 feet apart, they took all the stickers out. They're removing everything. And I'm like, people are now realizing that we're being played. We got played big time.
Man, do you know that they're talking about like you got to get a booster shot? So, and I mean, I heard this on the radio, and I don't know how true it is, but they said the vaccine is only effective for like 6 months. I'm like, how's a vaccine only effective for 6 months? It's like, are you fucking nuts?
and and you know, anybody listening out there, I never, like, I'll put it this way. I'm not a quote unquote book smart like other people. I love science. I even wanted to be a doctor when I was growing up, but I never did it. But some way, somehow, it seems like my lifestyle always lead me to when it comes to health. What last year showed us is everything we learn about science. You know, they love talking about science. Everything they taught us about science was null and void. I recall from science when we learn about the was it the system? I forgot the word for it. Where you learn about the lungs, how the blood flow. One side of the blood is
Circulatory
blue.
system.
Yes, they told us whenever the blood comes in the lung part where it cleanses it, right? The oxygen cleanses by you breathing, right? So it's circular. So they taught us about arteries and vein. The veins are basically the dirty blood as it comes back, and it has to go through the lungs to get cleaned up, right? So you need to breathe. They threw all of that to the window, saying about the mask that, oh, I'm like, but wait a minute. According to your own science, holding your breath and breathing the bad air that's supposed to be recycled is bad for you. They threw, and I was like, guys, you know what it showed us?
They make it up
Every
as they go. That's what they that's what they've
Everything
always
is a
done.
lie.
They, it's
Everything is a lie.
it's not
Science is
that
bullshit.
it's not that it's a lie. It's that they show themselves not to be believed in the beginning, and
Yeah.
people still say, "All right, well, go ahead and do it."
Mm.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's like wait, people look past like Paul Mooney just passed, right? And they used
Yeah,
to
he
call
died.
Paul,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, rest in light, right? So also Mama Kev, you know what I'm saying, respect. Um, the thing is, rest what it was that he was pointing out the obvious, and he had the gall and the balls to actually, you know what I'm saying, speak on it when others didn't. That's what Kwame's doing. He's and the way that his stuff flows is scary because you can tell that he means it and everything that he says, you know, you can
Yeah.
trust what he's saying
Yeah.
is the truth.
Mm.
And that's what scares them.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell what was that scene in what was that in Scarface when he met Sosa? What Sosa say to him? I like you, Tony. There's no lying in you.
Mm. Yeah.
He's here right off the bat.
Yeah. Because they're children of the scripture says, ye are forgers of lie. You are physicians of no value. They always lie in everything. They wear what they have their wizards, doctors wear white because when you see white, it shows purity. But they should be wearing black because they're devils The hospital is the I call it is the they call it, oh, they're there to help you. No, when you go to the hospital, what do you think it smells like? Death. People don't
Yeah,
see.
well, that's why they spray all the time in the with the disinfectant. They
Yeah.
say it's to kill germs. No, it's to kill the smell because
Yes.
you know what I'm saying. A lack of poor health has a smell to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying. Like right now, and it's if anyone who's listening, think about touching a 9-volt battery to your tongue. It has a distinctive taste to it, right?
Uh-huh. When it
Yeah,
shocks you too.
yeah, I'm
Yes.
saying just like that. So there's a metallicness to ill health.
Mm.
There's a metallic stench to it, and what that does, it covers up that metallic stench.
Mm. And to look at it on the spiritual side, smell and diseases, it's demons. That's why even people who practice witchcraft, they say they love the hospital and they love what's the place? Cemeteries. They say those are the places where spirits go to dwell. Now people be like, wait a minute, I thought cemetery was the bad place, right? Because oh, everybody scoffed at cemetery. Oh, the spirits, right? But he's like
Right.
the hospital. They even say, they say the hospital is the best place for them to be. Why? Because the spirit of death is there. They're not there to heal. They're there to kill. And
Well, you can't blame them for that though,
yeah.
because I mean, wait a minute, you understand something? They first started working on their own population.
Mm.
People like to point out what they do to, you know what I'm saying, to them because you know, so we the victims of everything. No, look at what Pilgrims did to Pilgrims, cuz
Mm-hmm.
it was hella gangster. It was hella evil.
Mm.
It was pretty much the same thing over here. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's the thing is, I don't think what we should do is focus on what it is that they're doing. Focus on the phenomenon of belief that people place within it.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. The scary part ain't the ones presenting the evil. The
Mm.
scary part is the ones accepting the evil.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute, because them numbers is larger, cuz. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? You have a few people who gonna step out and be like, yeah, I'm evil in the motherfucker, right?
Mm.
But the ones who do that, they get a large following. Like people mad at Hitler. Cuz you can't be mad at Hitler. Yeah, what he was saying was crazy. But why the fuck did it work so well?
You know what you just said? You named that guy, right? Do you know that on Facebook or social media, if you look for a gift or a thumbnail or a picture, you can find any of it. They the fake people, they retracted everything about this guy. I have a book called, I don't want to say the words, but the NAZIS, the book, and look at the word ash. I'm just gonna say that ash. It ends with what? Ah, I have that book, right? It was based on a documentary from Germany,
Right.
and in that book, even they knew. They said that these guys, they use the Bible to claim this and that. Say, but wait a minute. Even if you go in the Bible, right, the Christian's Bible, you see this and this. It says there is no way these people can be these people because these people live in a continent where it's always hot and they're required to have melanin. It says, well, based on this conclusion, on our scientific keyword, scientific research, they said that these guys are bastards because they don't belong there. So even they knew. That's why they say that these people they have to be quote unquote put out of our nation. So they know, the world knows this is all bullcrap. This whole
But
thing in the
look,
Middle East, it's all
the
bullcrap.
world knows because what is okay? So I'm a child of the '80s, right?
Yeah.
So what they presented to us was that the very first thing that followed when the Pilgrims came to town was disease. Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
okay, now you said that you always wanted to be a doctor, right? Same
Mm.
thing, right? And I believe that those of us who come to this world with that principle already established within us, we are doctors or in aspect of healers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know, wanting to adjust things to a more homeostasis balance. You know what I'm saying? So that you know enrichment can get thriving, right?
Mm.
So the thing is, it's an automated thing, right? If you look at it from a health thing, what what arrives with disease upon it in the health world?
I'll say everything bad.
No. Let's break it down to the minute. What is the most minute portion of a person is a cell, pretty much, right?
Oh,
All right.
cells. Yeah. Oh,
All
like
right.
red cell. Okay.
So say a cell has homeostasis. What arrives to break the homeostasis of a cell?
It's been a while since I took science class.
A virus.
Oh yeah. Because it's an invader. Yeah.
A virus or something harmful. So the fact that it was in fact disease that was introduced prior to anything else, before you get to the religions, before you get to the illegitimate governments or whatever,
Yeah.
before you get to any of that, the very first thing to show up was disease. So
Break it down. Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself, okay, they say the trip was 3-4 months, right? My question was, as a child, how the fuck did they survive? If they had the disease, goddamn it. If it killed everybody else when they landed, all right, well, why the fuck you want to kill them? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm gonna be very careful what I'm about to say. The Bible talks about the swine,
I question
right?
humanity behind shit like that, dog.
Yeah.
All right, and then we talking second grade, third grade. All right, so the thing is, you can't blame them for presenting how they present, because how else are they going to deliver? You know what I'm saying? They only know how to be them, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, you focus on those who says, all right, well, that's a good perspective to have. That's that's what got me out of my inadvertent hate that I used to have for pilgrims. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh yeah. I understand where you're coming from, and me coming from the Central Africa, I can understand my brothers here sentiment when it comes to that stuff. But me as a young person, I learned quick, because I always say once you understand people, you can judge them based on their fruits. And the thing is, the majority of people, regardless of their skin color, because people love lies, it is very difficult to judge a person, but you have to watch what they do, right? And the thing is, because the world has been programmed so much by those who control us, they've blurred the lines. Because back in the day, thousands of years ago, back in the day of our ancestors, people knew who they were because they were separated. Because people look at separation as an evil thing. No. How can you tell a lion from a leopard? There's a separation right there. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but that difference is necessary.
Yeah,
So
but you gotta
confused.
understand something, dog. The way that you see things, cause that's Shaolin monkism of it.
Oh, okay.
You already existing on a higher resonance with something. You can't expect the masses or the general, the layman, to be able to, be on your level like that. You know what I'm saying? It takes work. Some folks are born with it, some folks ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I try my best to let our people know that, don't fall, because it's the same thing as our people back home. The emotion, because they can grab if they hold your mind and you believe everything they say, they can lead you astray. Because people believe.
But that's what it means to be entertained, though, man. That
Yeah.
people taking content for entertainment. The actual foundational definition of entertainment was a purposeful distraction. That's what the archaic definition of entertainment is. A purposeful distraction. For what purpose?
Yeah.
And the thing is, people prefer to be distracted because, when they embrace the real, they got to do some work. What Kwame is bringing is work. He's giving them that work, and it's not just them. He's calling this entire society into an accountability. And you can tell that he frequents or the black manosphere.
Bro, for 100, he won't say it, but I'm like, bro, there's no way you can talk like this if you weren't in this space. No way. The lingo, I was like, yo, but I mean, he's articulating. That's why I say sometimes, and I know a lot of people are gonna be like, I'm like, people were say, oh, we need another face compared to our brother who's hitting the getting up there, gas. But I'm like, hey, your wish is granted because look how Kwame is speaking. So it's like, and the difference between
And notice he's raw with it. He ain't
he's not.
sugarcoating nothing, but he is cordial. Yes, he you know what I'm saying, uses profanity, but he's still cordial, and he maintains his articulateness. And he
And
and he
yeah,
he puts a father tone to it.
yeah,
And that's what's gonna get it over. Notice the comments of the people in the videos. They are warmed by this cat.
yeah. Even male and females alike. And I don't know if you caught his last stream before the recent video, the one where they sent him a sister deceased. He slip in the talking points about giving women advice about what partner they should pick, and being wise and all that stuff, and allowing the man to be in the picture regardless of what you feel about it. Stop sheltering your sons. By you being strong, you're making him weak because your strength is in femininity. So by you
Oh,
being quote unquote
look, you can tell this dude is foundational throughout. He did not learn his points from the manosphere. No, he freed the manosphere so that he can be in the space of
where we
like
man,
mindedness. His shit was already there, cuz the way that he was able to sit on that for 20 years, ain't say nothing. And then when he explodes like a fucking laser.
and you know what's showing? It's showing that a lot of our brothers who are in that circle, because
A watery laser, cuz.
yeah,
What the fuck is that, nigga? That's an
I,
oxymoron. That shouldn't exist.
I hope it
He gonna
spreads
kill
like
it.
a disease, and all the brothers who are in those fields who are scared, they should be as bold as him. There's something that's going on here. I know people don't believe in spirituality or anything, but the scripture said, I know in Christianity they read it, say, oh, they quote the verse where the Most High say, I will pour my spirit upon all flesh. But what they don't tell you is people look at the word all, but they don't look at the context. When he says all flesh, it's talking about his people. He's not talking about anybody else. But they will tell you this, oh, all flesh means everybody. No. Where in the Bible where the Most High say he's going to deal with anybody? He says, only you have I known. Who's the you? His people. So something is going in the air where the only thing that's that spirit that he says is going to pour is going on our people. But the thing is, we don't know how that thing works.
Yeah,
But
you
it's
do.
popping
It's
here and
just
there.
look, it's the spirit of truth. All it is the spirit of truth. Truth cannot be hidden. Truth cannot be kept down. It has to come to light, or it isn't truth. And the fact that there is, I said, multiple factors of it being presented, and the fact that everyone is forced.
Yeah.
They're forced to receive it through a black man's perspective. Ah,
I'm telling you,
bully.
me from the Congo, right? Patrice Lumumba was killed because he was too bold. Because the people who run this world, they deal with deceit. Uh, for those of you who had a chance to read the Bible calls them Amalek. Amalek was one of the sons of Edom. And what Amalek would do is when the children of Israel, our people, would go to fight, they they were our brothers, right? But what they do is they go, because we leave the woman and the elderly behind, they will go and massacre them. Like, they're cowards. That's their nature. They're cowards. They never deal with the men. They don't like dealing with men. They love dealing with females. Why? Because they're weak. So what happened is Moses, Massa, had to split the army. He had to leave an army behind to defend the weak, and he had to face. So it's about splitting the army, you're weakening it. So they were against us. So they wanted us to lose to our enemies because we're trying to go reclaim our land. So that's what the Most High, he swore to himself. He said, that bloodline, I will erase them from the earth. That's why.
All right, hold up now.
Yeah.
When you get into the whole erasing thing,
No, but I'm quoting the Bible because the word says it's fiction. So it's like talking about Superman, right?
how the world say the Bible is fiction when a large percentage of it follows it?
Hey, you wants to say
Wait,
use their
wait.
own weapons against them? It's fiction.
Hey,
It's
check it
not
out,
true.
cuz. Check it out, cuz. Most atheists that you meet,
Mm,
they're not former Buddhists. They're not
mm.
former Muslims.
They're
They're
former
former
Christians.
Christians.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even in that regard, Christianity is winning, dog. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Christianity is winning like a mug. There's a
Yeah.
lot of people fighting on behalf of Christianity. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of believers out there, huh?
Yeah. And watch this. The God of Christianity is the same God who's running this earth, and he's not the most high. And that's the bigger truth that people will never swallow. I had to swallow that pill when I had to realize that the God that I was taught throughout my life was always the God who made us suffer.
Well, you gotta ask yourself. I mean, well, okay, but think about this, man. On the money, I used to think as a kid, cuz in God we trust was on the money, right? But the
Yes.
thing was, you look at the nature of the people who presented in God we trust and everything, and everybody be like, all right, God, and like, wait a minute, this is an assumption that we actually thinking of the same cat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like, oh, wait a minute.
And
I
speaking
met
about
a Luciferian, and they kept saying God. And
yeah.
it hit me. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, yo, the devil is a slur. Oh, so
Yes.
they ain't finna call. They finna call their chief deity God. So the
No,
thing is, we suspected or assume that just because these motherfuckers come in quoting God, they talking about the same one.
no, watch this. I don't know if you done your research, but guess for those of you listening, listen. English was not our language, right? We were taught English. For those of you who are ignorant, look up the word God. God.
I hold up, bro. Hold up. We taking this way off the rails, though.
No. I'm sticking to what you just said earlier,
No,
right?
I'm
You
saying
said
though, how does refer to Kwame? Cuz you know what I'm talking about. We get to it, I'm saying, hella esoteric and shit. So
no, it's not even esoteric. It's about just language. You just said right now, right? You
I'm saying
said,
though, tied into Kwame though,
yeah,
into Kwame.
yeah,
What he's given, the way that he channels, yeah, that's God right there, man. He is calling entire reality into accountability. And the thing is, he has the ear of everyone, and that you not too many people is disagreeing with him.
Well, I mean, there are people who are disagreeing. Like they're
I
in this
said no,
cloud.
not too many. Most folks, I'm telling you, if you read them comments, though,
Oh yeah.
people are actually warmed by this cat. So you got to think about it now. One, you know what I'm saying, fresh out of high school and all that, right? They claim him to be a failure. As successful as he is, I'll tell you, any one of us will try to get his level of success, right? So yeah, but he's a failure, whatever. The fact that you could tell, okay, even the entire time now, it's like the chat with Boseman thing. You didn't know that he was that honorable. You had no clue that when you watching this nigga's movies and shit, like, yo, you watching a hella honorable dude, man.
Yeah, and he died young too.
Real talk, cuz. And then you find out ISO at 18 all the way up through, even when he was so-called sucking or whatever, you know what I'm saying? All this shit was going on, cuz had super honor. So now, you know what I'm saying, it's some grown man time. When look, it's this is the tip of the iceberg, cuz. This is the tip of the iceberg. He getting ready. He gonna be cooking for a minute.
But the thing is, the truth, we're talking about the truth, right? The truth of this world, their own people had this phrase: the truth is stranger than fiction. Like I tell people, when I talk with my family, I tell them, most people will off themselves because of the truth, because the truth is like a sword. It cuts. Why you the truth?
If you fear the truth,
No, it's not because people. But remember, people have been programmed. So you have to first deprogram them.
you're not going to deprogram nobody. That's a choice.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you give the message and they have to receive it. But the thing
No,
is,
they have to accept it. The message is always around them. Look, man, Roger says it all the time, right? 99% of the choices that people made is what he say. It was severe direct selection or something like that. Like you know what I'm saying? They make those choices. So when it comes to making the bad decisions, those are choices being made, even in the aspect of, you know what I'm saying, dealing with spirituality or religion or something, right? The thing is, you can't fear the truth. This is how you this is how you know most folks actually do so-called fear God. When you ain't supposed to fear the creator of existence. That don't make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to embrace God in whatever form that you follow, whatever. You know what I mean?
no, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm trying to explain. You have to, because I was what's it saying? You have to put yourself in people's shoes. It's not people's fault. See, there's a word in English, so coerce, right? Yes, people have free will, but how the devil works is he works on a gray area. Coercion is meaning what? He's not gonna make you do something
All right, but
against
see,
your
but
will.
this is why I was trying to go
He-
back to the Kwame thing, cuz when you start bringing up the devil and all that, not everybody follows some precept that there is an entity that's causing folks to make negative selections and detrimental decisions, right? And I think that's some, you know what I'm saying, accountability absolving type of thing. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
hey,
no,
you know what? No, you know what? You know what? Let me say this. I'm gonna have to lean with Rogish on this one. You know, people always take out the factor of human choice.
Right.
Let me give you an example. That you know how everybody's blaming Trump for all the racism that's happened in the past four
Thank
years,
you.
instead of acknowledging the existence of already racism.
Facts.
You know, well, they've been racist forever. You think one man had anything to do with that?
So here the
If
thing, you
it
know what I mean?
wasn't for him, if it wasn't for him, they would so been nice to us. And fuck that guy, you know.
yeah.
The Judas goat. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. They
Yeah,
make him the Judas goat.
yeah. It's a degree of human choice. Everybody, you know, people talk about indoctrination, which I feel like does play a big part in our mentalities. But we also got to factor in human choice. We got mediums in social media that we can actually identify these problems
Facts.
before they can even get to our minds and program us. The best chance we have right now is through our children, and
Thank you.
there are too many motherfuckers out there blowing that shit right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the word that you use. You say degrees of choices. I'm because what I do is I listen to words that are being spoken, and when you say that, I was like, okay, because maybe you didn't realize that you said it, but you said degrees of choices. So in a way, we're speaking. That's what I was saying, and you mentioned children. That's why I'm saying people have to, they're programmed, but at the end of the day, you still have to make a choice. So I'm looking more at the collective. I'm trying to basically fill in all the holes, like saying that racism was taught to certain people, but the people at the end of the day, after being programmed, they still have to make a choice, even in that deception. So at the same time, saying when it comes to our people being quote unquote programmed and not seeing what's going on, I'm trying to look at both sides, like saying the side where are people who have been coerced and the people who, after being coerced, still make the decision to still do the wrong thing. So that's why they always say get the children first when they're young. Why? Because when they grow older, it's harder for them to deprogram because they've been rooted into the mindset, and it's
So
hard to unroot.
how young do you think the anti-brainwashing is supposed to occur as far
Uh,
as
since birth,
since birth, right? Now, okay,
yes.
so for people to do that, it actually has to become a value to self-teach your child. That you know how difficult that is to get that established in the mind of a parent.
Yeah. I mean,
They all rely on, you know what I'm saying, the public food system. You feel me? So and they trust that these children are going to learn everything they need to learn about society in these schools, just as if they're just going to put it in the children's head. Like, this is why, you know what I'm saying, young black men is not able to read on the level they're supposed to be able to within these, you know what I'm saying, single mother households. The thing is, education is only important in an aspect of leveling up in class level, not necessarily as a staple of one's character, because it's not really much that they bestow within their families when it comes to education. Just more like, all right, don't slip in your grades, and all that shit. You know what I'm saying, equates to is do what you're told.
if you get a chance, read this book called Outwitting the Devil, written by Napoleon Hill. He's known for writing this book called Think and Grow Rich. And if you're reading that book, the book Outwitting the Devil, it's basically a scenario where he's doing an interview with the character called the Devil, and basically he asked him about the American education system. And this book was written in 1930s during the Great Depression.
You know what? I always wonder, why the fuck do people even need a devil? If
No,
you
no,
got now, hear me out. Hear me out.
The word devil just means deceiver.
I get it, but that ain't how it is to the layman. To the layman, these people anthropomorphize a motherfucker up under the earth. You know what I'm saying? Hot than a motherfucker, but not near the core, whatever the fuck that means. You know what I mean?
That man is red. He wear a red suit. Got a got a tail. That motherfucker got hairy underarms.
Well, they got one thing.
He pissed off and happy at the same time because he killing motherfuckers, torturing motherfuckers. Just like, all right, wait a minute, y'all.
They do got one thing right though. He's red.
Fire to Esau.
Yeah.
Fire upon Esau. That was good. Yeah. That was a good one.
So they partially told you. I didn't say it. They said it themselves.
That's all right. Hey, Kev, that's a Hebrew joke right now. You know what I'm saying? You just inadvertently made one. Not bad. Okay. Good time, because good time. Shalom. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Peace. All I can say is, man, you just have to. It's like you don't need being a man in a large scale. Being man in your own life, like make decision. If you have a family, because we have a lot of brothers out here, we have a family. Be the leader of your own family. Focus on yours. Trying to take, I think it's our nature to try to take on our shoulders everybody's responsibility, but no, just take what is yours and focus on that. And I think if men begin to do that, maybe it will lift up the burdens. Because if you look at when it comes to most of the people, even our people, we tend to take on everybody's burden because we might be in a better position or whatever. But it's like, by us doing that, we hinder our personal responsibility, meaning our own family.
But let me ask you this: fast in this life, all right, so you're privy to the influence that the Black Manosphere is having. Do you think that a regression is actually possible, or further regression is actually possible once this type of wildfire catches? Like, I mean, because the thing is, like really, the energy of the Black Manosphere is a purifying energy.
Yeah, but if you think about it, not many people out here talk on it. Like, I have, my brother-in-law. He's a barber, and even though they don't talk about like he doesn't know about the manosphere, but even from what I hear from him, a lot of our people, they're asleep, and I'm afraid to say this, some of our people will never wake up.
It ain't for look the thing, and this is why I say it's a choice though. You know what I'm saying. So the thing is, really, you're just supposed to be sticking to the principle, and through you're living the principle, it'll spread even more. You know what I'm saying? If folks come to the space and they pick up on the principle, then that's good. A lot of time people are going to fight it because, I mean, one, you can make money fighting the black manosphere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You make a lot of money fighting the black manosphere.
Oh yeah. There's been a lot of channels popping up with
Yep.
smoke for the Black Manosphere, and we don't even know who a lot of these motherfuckers are. They just coming
Yeah.
for it.
They're paying them. Like, and I even warn. You know, they call me tinfoil hat and all of it, but I've been saying on my channel. I said there are agents paid by the government right here in these spaces. And I always tell people you have to be very careful who you're listening to. And like anyone who's smart, you can tell someone who's paid. They will have a rhetoric. And the thing is, the one good thing about the manosphere is we have brothers of all different backgrounds. But one thing that makes us different than everybody is we go against the grain. It's about man's, and for us, black men's choice to be who they want to be and have
No,
something
we
better.
grow our own grain.
Yeah. And the thing is, that voice is demonized on a larger scale in mainstream in
It
our
has to
society.
be because they're diametrically opposed. And this is one thing I hope a lot of cats will eventually understand. And this is something that Black Uru be sneaking in there time to time again. And I don't know if people catch up on it. You know what I'm saying? He asks you, how far are you willing to go for your solution to be established, right? You have to understand, one, that your perspective, this perspective, is diametrically opposed to what the United States wants for us and our legacy within it. So eventually there's going to have to be some sort of, you know what I'm saying, an inevitable severing or supplantationship or whatever. You feel me? So that's already understood. But the fact that people are just living on the principle itself, that's why I call it snooze kicking. You know what I'm saying? You inadvertently spilling red pills. You're not destroying someone's illusion directly, but they understand that they're in an illusion when they see you in your reality. It disturbs it, right? That's having a much larger effect than anything. That's the effect that Kwame Brown is having. His shit is seamless. He is not putting forth effort. That shit is flowing. And the fact that people is just steady flowing in. And I'm telling you, dog, read those comments.
Yeah, I read them.
You know, there's warmth in those comments. It's not just where people are like, oh, good job,
No.
and all this. No, people are actually sharing heartfelt moments. Nigga, down the line, thousands of comments. It's like, whoa, cuz. You know, this is almost like reading some of the comments of one of them gurus or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I listen to Muji. And Muji, you know, he had the heartfelt comments. Shit, Kwame ain't no guru. He ain't no, you know what I'm saying, spiritual leader or nothing like that. But the way that he's reflecting just off of basic foundation of traditional black manhood, it's having that effect. This is crazy.
Shout out to Ty City in the building. He said,
this is
I might lose
crazy.
my
It's
channel
beautiful
tonight.
too. Shit.
Yeah, Ty City.
Well, we
put in my time too.
Well, Ty City, we hope that doesn't happen. But the one thing about YouTube, the one good thing about YouTube is if something like that does happen, you can always start again. So, you know.
Yeah, you can create multiple channels, but the
Yeah,
thing
so,
is starting from scratch,
sucks. So, I mean, like, well, let's just hope that that doesn't happen, so to speak.
It's
But,
facts.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
I was saying, like, I'm just glad that because I've been in what you call the manosphere for almost 12 years now, and I've seen the evolution. On the mainstream manosphere, it's like they ran out of materials. We don't run out of anything because even though to some of us it may be like repetition, but it's like there's something in us or about us. It's like there's always something to talk about. But on the main ministry, it's like they come at a point where they're like, okay, we hit the ceiling. Now what? But we're still growing and growing and growing. That's why you notice we not the mainstream gets the attack. We get the attack.
Okay, you
And we
gotta
don't even
understand something. If people could listen to the barbershop conversations, whenever, you know, I said chicks would listen to the barbershop conversation, they never liked it. They never enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about them, but they would take it oh so personal, right? Now, I assume that if a pilgrim was in there and, you know what I'm saying, it talks about pilgrims were to come up, it'd be the same thing. The thing is, when you have groups of us together, we can't help but to get constructive. We have to get constructive.
That's why they hate they hate
you
unity.
know what I'm saying? It's just like putting a band together, dog. It's just like in middle school or elementary, whatever, and somebody will start table drumming. That's stone soup, cuz you got somebody table drumming, somebody start pencil drumming, somebody start, you know what I'm saying, clapping.
It's that connection, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We build harmoniously, you know what I'm saying, off the rip. So this is why they're always trying to, you know what I'm saying, put forth all types of factors of disunity, you know what I'm saying, amongst us, or friction, unnecessary friction and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you get us building for a short amount of time, we're efficient. You know what I'm saying? Our shit is exponential.
That's why,
you know.
I mean, even if you look at it on a larger scale, back in the day, those of you who don't know, Patrice Lumumba and Malcolm, they met. And you know what happened, right? Yeah. When Malcolm, when he was here in America, they were like, oh, yeah, he's just another Negro, you know, out there, you know, just pumping his chest and whatever, right? Oh, we're going to let him do the whole thing with the NY, right? But what made them open their eyes up and be like, now we got to get rid of him? When he went overseas, when he started meeting all the other leaders. Because remember, the 1960s, people don't know what was going on.
When the world view was open to him.
Yeah. And not only
like
that,
to me, I'm not for, you know what I'm saying, United States military, whatever. I got my reasons. But I do relish in the fact that it gave me a world view. And once it gave you the world view, it's like when Patrice O'Neal got his world view, he realized, yo, cuz we Superman. But you know what I'm saying, we dealing with Kryptonian bitches back in America, whatever. But when you go around the world and you see how the world connects with one another, you see how it connects with you, and then you realize, wait a minute, this lesser shit that the US tried to put on you or whatever, it doesn't resonate nowhere else except here, and nowhere else, with no one else except them. Because you go around the world and we're revered, dog. We are literally revered just based off of presence alone. And it's not just, somebody of darker skin or whatever. Nah. People try to find and search your character genuinely. You know what I'm talking about? You have to look at yourself different than how the United States bring it. And in the aspect of their foundation, I think that's what it is that the world interacts with. The world interacts with that which is actually feared here within the United States.
What do you think of people who try to give everybody this impression, like that since you said that we're not respected in other parts of the world?
I got caught off. I guess YouTube kicked me out. They got me. They're like, get out of here.
You said what you get off the impression of what? Once more, Cat?
No, I mean, based on what you just said, what impression do you get when you hear people over here saying that the rest of the world doesn't respect us?
It sounds like hope. It sounds like motherfucking hope, cuz. I had a social experiment that I did when I was in the military. Everywhere I went, I asked them what was their if they had a word for devil for the people, and all of them did. They had their own special word. So that hit me that okay, well, they're not respected, but in the aspect of being there in, you know what I'm saying, the military or, you know, whatever other US industries or businesses you saw there, it's just a matter of economics with them. It's just contractual. They played
Politics.
it's politics, guys. They played a part. But when you're before them, nigga, I know what it looked like when folks are looking at you like with grace upon their faces, talking with you, happy to speak with you. It's like, wait a minute, cuz. and then what they do, they touch their arm, and they touch your arm, and they touch them back and forth, and they say, Sim, Sim, Sim. I don't know no English other than that or whatever. But what that conveyed to me was that was a yearning to make a connection, a genuine connection based off of respect and reverence. Hold up, cuz. Who the fuck is we again? Wait a minute. Nobody else get this? Only niggas.
Yeah, we are disrespected the world over.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
I believe that.
I tell brothers, I'm like, you have more honor in my country where I was born into than myself. And even me, by being here as an immigrant and having the American passport, when I go down there, even though I speak the language, I'm looked at differently than someone who has my nation's passport. So right there, that should already tell you. If me being an American was a naturalized citizen, I'm treated a certain way. Imagine you being born here, being generationally from here. You're gonna be treated way better than me. And when I tell people, people don't believe it. But the thing is, seeing is believing.
Yeah.
And like I said, the programming is so much that not many of our people travel. I know travel is luxury. I understand that. A lot of our people.
No, travel.
No, 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 no.
Travel ain't
I'm the reason why I'm saying is travel because you have to understand going to the motherland. They made it purposely expensive. It costs you less going to China than going to Africa, and that's a fact.
Okay.
But going to China and going to Africa, same distance. But why is going to China cheaper than going to the motherland? So like we're talking about how they make things. They've purposely made it that way. They've done it on purpose. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of layer. It could be another reason why people get discouraged because it's like you have to save money, you gotta spare this and all that. But I understand what they try to do. But like I say, some of our people do manage to travel. And I remember I keep mentioning it. In 2016, there was it was a weird article where they're talking about African Americans traveling. They mentioned something like 16,000 African American left the country and only half of them returned. And I was like, I sat back and I was like, why would someone make an article about that? You know what I mean? Like, think about it. They're saying, they've never seen that many African American leave the country in such a large number that year, and half of them came back. So I'm like, okay, are you making the article complaining or actually congratulating? Because their mindset was like the ones who left, they never came back. Why did they not come back? Like it was a weird, one of the weirdest article ever. But that article stuck with me till today. To kind of on a grand scale, I'm like, they don't want you to leave and not come back because according to this society, they still have this mindset like you belong to us. You cannot leave here. Come home. Don't leave and not come back. No, they don't want you to stay out. They want you to return. They prefer you not even to leave because when you leave, you see. If you stay, you're blind.
Alrighty. Yeah. Like a lot of these motherfuckers, they be talking this shit. Like they like they don't do any more traveling. Like they do all their traveling on Facebook. So
No,
like
was it
motherfucker don't know
Wikipedia?
shit. Yeah, yeah.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia and shit. But 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 we got my habitual line stepper brother Donnie up here. What's going on, DAD?
You ain't
Man, what's going on? I
He got the
just
word devil.
Devil's
Devil's
advocate,
advocate.
Donnie.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, is it red too?
A hairy
What-
red guy with horns and shit, and a pitchfork.
I had that picture somewhere. I have to go back and find it. But this is a picture of me with the horns and the pitchfork. But yeah, what's going on? I just got to the crib. I'm trying to figure out what's popping on this conversation. I seen Crazy Man.
Ah!
There you go. There you go. See? Yeah, told you, man.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well. Amongst other things, the topic is Kwame Brown, and how he's turned the internet on his fucking head within 72 hours.
Yeah, that
Having-
nigga, he ain't got no fuck given. I had to fight that nigga. That nigga, we just had to leave that thing. Go ahead.
You have to fight him. You can't. You're not going to come down from speaking. So you have to put a hit out on that nigga. That's the only thing you can do with somebody like that because he's not lying in nothing that he says.
Yeah, this
Nothing.
nigga took on the final light skinned boss and made that nigga feel bad. Oh, you want to box? Oh, you want to box? I won't box with you, nigga. You might be trying to take out on me. What happened to your wife, nigga? I was dying.
Yo, he called that nigga. What he called him? You finger wave.
Called this nigga Pee Wee Herman.
Begging with the good help.
He called him
Yeah,
finger
Becky.
wave.
Yeah, Becky was a good.
God.
Hey, speaking about like he, what's his name? He was calling Charlemagne the R word, and then they sent him to cease and desist. But so his lawyer gave him the actual charges. Something I forgot the word where
He pled down, and it was the delinquency of a
lesser
minor.
charges. So he said lesser charges. He said I need to make it into a shirt. Lesser charge, nigga.
Oh, you go in, man. I ain't never heard nobody go in like that ever. Ever.
He was.
I've heard people
roasted.
go in, but no, he is going.
No, but that's the thing. He kept saying, like, I don't know if people were paying attention. He said, "This is what they do." He says, "What club do you belong to where you're so protected? Any black man who, if they were in a situation, who already been exposed out of the Breakfast Club, who is behind you that they're keeping someone like you who did something like this still relevant?" Like he's like, you know what I'm saying? Like now they're talking about Bill Gates, right? Who makes way more money than Charlemagne, the whoever that guy is. But I'm like, but look, he's pointing out, he's saying, look what this guy did to, that if any other man were to do it, especially us, he'll be ostracized. He'll be like put out there. But some way, somehow, the media is sheltering him. They give him. They're not even bringing that whole thing. So by him bringing it up, so he had to change his language. He said, "Okay, I won't say the R word, but I'm gonna say." He started using their quote unquote legal terms against him. He said, "I'm gonna still roast your ass." So I'm sitting there. I'm like, he's still showing that if Charlemagne was actually charged with that action as a black man and he's not quote unquote put out, that means whoever is behind him, they need him. That's why they're keeping him there. They're not throwing him out yet. So
Look, he's doing good work for them. There's no way they're going to get rid of that cat.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
No, you know how you see how bad he makes black men look.
Yeah,
They
he's
ain't
their
had a
baby.
representative like that in a
He,
minute.
he
Yeah,
heavily involves himself in those crazy, as Edward would say, the gynocracy circles, right?
yeah.
So that man runs tough with Amanda Seals. Um, he had Tamika Mallory's ass, his nose up Tamika Mallory's ass, right? He's one of those dudes who get up there and goes, I talk with my therapist, and my therapist, we had a conversation about protecting uh trans woman rights, and you need to be very careful what you say, and da, da, da. So he's all heavy indebted to the culture, right?
Mm,
He's already in there. He's ingrained himself in. So they're gonna protect that motherfucker.
yeah,
They look at whatever the
Yeah.
situation he had is that was in the past. He's a justice warrior now. He's here fighting a good fight. We gotta protect this man. And that's
mm,
why they keep propping his ass up.
Yep.
mm. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
what you
Gotta
saying?
keep somebody in there.
Like a whore, they'll use you until they don't need you anymore, and they cast you out like a leopard. Yeah, that's how they do, and they'll get rid of you faster because why? Because you were a traitor. They'll be
Because
like,
I
wait a
remember that
minute.
motherfucker used to be brutal. This the same nigga that made Lil Mama cry.
Mm,
Right.
Didn't he call her young struggle face? This nigga was an asshole back in the day. He didn't give a fuck. This is how we knew Charlemagne. We knew Charlemagne because Charlemagne would say whatever the fuck he wanted to say.
Right.
Now this new Charlemagne is who? Mister running for public office. Now you know what the sisters Nah,
You want to know why? Like Eddie Murphy had a song from the 80s, Boogie in the. That's why he's like that
Boogie in
now.
the butt. I remember that one. Put the
Holy shit.
boogie in the butt. Put the boogie.
Put a butt in the, put a face in the. I heard that song. I was like, what in the
Put a tree
actual
in the butt. Put the
hell
boogie
was
in
the,
the butt.
yeah. He was rapping. I'm like, yo,
No,
what
but
the
see what
hell?
it was though. See, you gotta understand. So Eddie Murphy be doing some slick shit on the slide, right? He was
Yes.
telling about Hollywood with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just
That's why he said
just like
Boogie.
Michael Jackson was telling about Hollywood with got you working day and night, right? That was
Yeah.
some slave complaining on that shit, right?
Mm.
Living off the wall, right?
Uh-huh, yeah. Get closer.
You can't win, you can't break even, you can't get out the game. Nigga, that was the first Illuminati song, cuz.
Don't stop till you get enough.
That
Get
was
it?
the first one.
Don't
Nah,
stop till you get enough.
yeah, that's cocaine right there.
Wow.
And the windows, bro. Oh my god. And that's that one song, even though you had it in the window, that song, they don't care about us. Bro.
Oh,
I don't know what to
yep.
tell. Like, you guys in America, right? Maybe you don't understand this. Do you guys know that song shook the whole planet?
Yep.
yeah, that nigga. Well, I think on the song he said nigga, didn't he?
No, he used
The one
the
word,
small hat. He used
the one word,
yeah,
that one word that shut that shit down
the small
was
hats.
the
The K word.
I mean, I don't want to say it. And then
Yeah.
he also used the other word that rhymes with few.
Mm-hmm.
So few and bike. He used them two words, and even today, if you play that song on Spotify, them words is bleeding out.
Yeah.
But I believe in that song, he says nigga, doesn't he?
No. He said don't jam me, don't cane me. So like he used the the small hats people, the fake people. He used the word for them, and that's why I got him in trouble. Yeah, small hat. Yeah, shalom. Yeah.
But
shalom
that
people.
Yo, shout out Irritated Genie. Everybody uses small hat now.
Yeah, small hat. Yeah.
That infuriated them people. And you got to remember this. Remember when Plies came out with that song, "Put the Air Cracker." Motherfuckers lost their mind when that song came out.
Yeah.
Give a nigga 100 years, cracker. Uh, they was mad at the motherfucker, but this nigga said nigga in the song 1,042 times.
Oh, let you say that. You say all that.
Oh
Shit.
man.
Remember when they used to they bleeped out a Tribe Called Quest? They couldn't say prophylactic.
Oh damn, that's beyond my time frame.
So yeah,
So was it censorship at the whole at the highest level, basically?
they didn't want them talking about safe sex. It's like, nah, that ain't what we want. Go out
But
there, screw your
that's
mind
the
crazy.
drive. That's
Nigga.
the drive in the industry because you got to remember back in the day, the music used to be about fuck the police, fighting the power, standing up for your rights, and everything else that is associated with, you know, basically a revolutionary, right? A
Yeah.
revolutionary mindset. And then slowly but surely, the record company started telling you, "Hey, listen, the niggas don't want to hear that. Why don't we talk about how you beat your bitch up,
Yeah.
and you got some dope, and you went to a party and you kicked it that night?
Mm.
Yeah." And they started slowly but surely telling these rappers they couldn't put out
Wait, that
positive
wasn't
albums.
revolutionary at all.
What you mean? Fight the power wasn't revolutionary?
Nah, it wasn't revolutionary because you gotta understand something, man. Like people used to say, you know what I'm saying, talk is the whole NWA and you know what I'm saying, public enemy thing, right? The thing is they never wanted, you know what I'm saying, the whole complete constructional change as the Honorable Dr. Oliver, you know what I'm saying, Khalid Muhammad would teach, right? They just wanted these people to act right. Had they been acting right, nobody would even say nothing. They would have still wanted them to be in the power of directing law, order, and what's considered to be good and bad and all that. They don't need to be in the position, even if they is doing good. Shit, they shouldn't be the ones to judge. They should not be the ones to pass judgment in no situation that requires order. You know what I'm saying, for our reality.
Mm.
So no, they want revolutionary, and that's the thing. That's why I say all the time. I try to be black power. I ain't no black power nigga. I'm a black supremacist because I'm on my own shit. People all hollering that black power shit. They just really wanted relief. They never wanted revolution.
It's basically a lip service, and then go home and remember you gotta work tomorrow.
You know what I mean? It's so you know what I mean? That's the whole thing. It had the system been acting right, nobody would have said shit. And still let these greedy motherfuckers just run, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Round shot with the world and everything.
Yeah.
So,
And people have to understand the wizards, they will never allow anything to blow into the air unless they have their hands on it. If they already have their hands on it, there's nothing quote unquote positive. That's why even if you notice, there was a time where independent artists are talking about, because I used to I was in the music scene here in Houston, mixtape era. You guys remember that, right? Mixtape
right.
was basically young black
Shout out
males,
DJ Clue.
yeah, who
Niggas
started
selling
to do things
CDs out they
underground,
trunk.
right? And guess
DJ
what happened?
Screw.
The quote unquote mainstream people
Greg
began
Street.
to infiltrate. Because I remember back in the day, when it came to mixtape, you could use mainstream instrumental and just rap over it and make money, right? Because it was cash money. You know, there's no, oh, I need to pay what do you call it? Copyright or no. Basically, the rule of the mixtape, it was an underworld, meaning you could use any instrumental from any quote unquote famous song and mix it up and rap over it, do whatever, right? And
They
not have
still
to,
dropping mixtapes. People still
yeah,
drop mixtapes.
yeah. But what happened is, guess what? You started having famous people being featured. They started coming in, infiltrate. But I look back, like I didn't even know what's his name, the rapper who passed away, the Somalian looking guy. What's his name again? From Los Angeles, who got killed in daylight. He
Oh, you
just
Nipsey
talking about Nips.
Nipsey,
Nips.
yeah, Nipsey,
Yeah,
yeah,
Nips.
yeah, yeah. I never knew him, even though I was in Underwood. That was years ago when I was in high school going into college, back in like between 2003, 2009, 2010. So I remember back in the day, even here in Houston, the Houston rappers underground. I used to go to like certain rap battles, beat battles, and all that stuff. I've been through all of it, and it was I don't know how to put it. It's like I take a song, they're using old school Jay-Z's or Busta Rhymes or something, and then someone is rapping over it, and they're more talented than the quote unquote actual mainstream rappers. And then I was like, wait a minute, there's actually a market where the brothers can actually make money using mainstream. And then years later, what happened? As soon as we start noticing big names being featured in some of those mixtape, I was like, I smell something. And look at it now. Mixtape is not as it used to be when I was growing up. It changed completely. These young
Right,
people, I don't think.
but you got to understand something, man. Black people is like some magical entity that you put a context or ideology into, and we're going to enhance it. That's what we do with everything. You heard Bishop from the X-Men? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LLO Star.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're actually like Bishop from the X-Men. We you know what I'm saying? The same thing that our skin does to the sunlight. That's what we actually do to concepts, theories, cultures. You know what I'm saying? So all someone has to do is actually watch us, and they'll actually learn how to do whatever they're seeking to do more effectively. And it only helps if you got those of us who are willing to sell the culture for pennies and acceptance. You know what I mean? Or it only helps them. It don't help us, but it only helps them. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, you again, you can't blame mainstream or pilgrims for what they do in that regard, because if you got a golden goose, you're gonna get all you can out of it.
Yeah, you want to suck it dry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You want to keep it whatever keeps it producing. So yeah, they release a little bit of the steam, you know what I'm saying, of the pressure of their society, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but it's only for an element of control. And also you gotta understand, we feed culture. Again, you've seen the movie Be Cool, right? And Cedric the Entertainer had a outstanding monologue in it.
It's been a while, man. I
In
watched too many
which
movies.
he described the totality of our essence upon interacting with other people's reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because not everybody's gonna have the same reality as you. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I always say, sometimes don't hear what people say about somebody. Actually, go and talk to that somebody and see what they're saying. And even Kwame, since we're on his topic, he said something because I didn't even know who he was. Maybe I could have saw like back in the day when we used to watch the whole Jordan and all that stuff back in the day, But I wasn't really into basketball as much, unless we seen the big names, especially like overseas. Michael Jordan back in the day, we knew who he was. Shaquille O'Neal, Magic, and all those people. Like usually the big main people is what overseas. Like you're gonna be captivated, But he said something. He said, people heard about me, but they never actually talked about me, or they talked to me to know what I was thinking. All people heard about me was from somebody else's mouth who never talked to me. And I was sitting there, you see, he's revealing basically when it comes to mainstream media, maybe a lot of quote unquote famous people that we know about, we only learn or we know things about them, not because they said it, but not because somebody else has said it.
But think about how tight knit his circle is, cuz this dude was this real and nobody knew.
Yeah.
Nobody leaked it. Just like the same thing with Chadwick Boseman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Nobody leaked his information. Anybody who knew it didn't leak it for nothing.
Because he probably had a small and you know what they could
whether they were small or whether they were big. The thing is, they are of the character where they can, you know what I'm saying?
They play the part, yeah.
Connect with that character with others. And so, you know what I'm saying, when people like this get platforms, you know what I'm saying, that's pure light, dog. That's pure light. And the fact that no one knew that he was that real. You know what I'm saying?
I've never seen like the way he blew up. Like he literally, when I first saw the video when his name was popping up, he had less than 20,000 subscribers, I think. Yeah, and with less than 2 days, he went from 40 something subscribers to over 109,000. He gained 50,000 people in one day. I was like, just look how fast his subscriber count went. That means what people actually want to hear what he has to say. And by them subscribing, that means they want to see more. I'm like, yo, we've seen people, increase their subscriber count when it comes to YouTube, but like this, nah, I haven't seen one this fast yet. I would say throughout the course of the week, yes, but in less than one day.
Hey, a lot
Nah.
of people that tune into roast and shit. And you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Roasting is just a part of the culture, right?
Yeah, it's part of the culture.
Look, he's introduced, I guess, a conscious roasting or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one has done that.
No, I haven't seen
one
it yet.
has done that. This is a precedent. This is a straight up precedent.
I think that people are yearning for material that is raw and uncut like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
unscripted.
Unscripted. You don't have some stick in the mud in an office telling you what to say, what you can't say. And Kwame Brown, he represents that, and I think that a large part of what is growing the black manosphere is the fact that you have unscripted, uncut, raw opinions. And and I think a lot of that has to do with the relatability. Being a voice of the voiceless.
Yeah.
Being able to say stuff that other people are afraid to say with ease. I know that's how it is for me. I can come on this platform and say things with ease. And I mean that feels damn good.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
in my nature, I'm like people who know me in real life. I call it I'm raw and I cut. Like if I have something, I'll say why because I don't want to remember it. Because the way I see it, like keeping things inside, it can drive you crazy. It could kill you because you're holding it, and when the day you explode, there won't be any control. So I'm better off just speaking into the wind and let it go. I'll get angry at you, yell, and I'll forget it. And it will be as if I never got mad at you. And I'll be like, okay, I forgive you. Everything is good to normal. So people like us, they don't like us. Why? Because when you speak the truth, liars cannot stand you. Because with a lie, it's like a shadow. It covers them. It's like you lifting a rock, and all the cockroaches that were hiding under in that cool, dark place, they start scrambling, looking for more dark places. So they don't like that. And it reminded me to something one of my cousin I was speaking to that she told me today. She said, because they live in a neighborhood back home where all the kids in that neighborhood are bad, right? And the parents know it. They know their kids are bad, everything, right? But because my aunt's house, the kids behave, they don't go outside, they don't go to other people's house, do the craziness that all the other kids are doing. One of the mothers went and told her, this is what she said to her. She said that we don't like you, that your children are not as bad as ours. Like she basically said, we want your kids to be like ours so we can be at peace. And I was like, what the? It's like somebody come and say, you know what? I hate you that your kids are not having babies out of wedlock. They're not being on crack. I hate you because they're not like ours. You need to make your children to be like ours so we can be at
Misery
peace.
loves company, man.
I was like, what the hell? But it made me sit back and see that, the scripture was right. It says, light, in the darkness, everybody can see you. And darkness hate the light. And
so let me ask you something fast in his life.
Yeah.
What's the gentlest that you've ever deconstructed someone's illusion? Or Did do you always just go in with the hammer? Do you ever use a scalpel?
Hey, I'm
Because
a hammer.
you sound like you like hammers, cuz.
I put myself this. I'm like Thor. I just come there, just start smashing. I don't come diplomatically because that's why I shout out to brother Spiritual Logic, AK Hawk. I would say he's a more he breaks things down, right? Like he takes the bricks, like he would take the brick by brick, slowly but surely. He's doing the same thing I'm doing. I'm like, oh, Spiritual Logic. Oh, you're doing fine. Move out of the way. Smash. So I'm like, don't be do the pulling. I see where you're going. I'm just bringing the hammer. Let me just break everything down, and let's talk about pieces later. So I just because my logic is like I put myself. I'm like what's his name? What was the prophet in the Bible that was hated? Elijah, right? Because Elijah was straight fire, and his tongue was so like he would tongue lash the wicked that Jezebel wanted to get rid of him. I'll say for me personally, the reason why I do that because I think that's another way where I find peace.
I'm about to say it's comfortable though, right? It's still comfortable to be able to say a little loose and everything.
Yeah, it's my nature, and especially people from my tribe.
Have you ever told a bitch you should be stoned? You ever taken the fire brimstone?
Yeah. But me,
why did it?
Yeah. What's up?
I bet why that shit gonna get committed.
Yeah.
No, they do these days.
Yeah.
Harlots everywhere.
Was it? She must be punished. To the chopper. Yeah.
Hey,
oh man.
I mean, the nicest way to deprogram someone is there really that can that be pulled off nice?
No, I think it's a yelling. What's it saying? If someone is about to fall off the cliff, do you be like, "Hey, you're gonna fall off," or do you scream, cry loud, spare not, lift up that voice? That's scripture.
To me, the fact that they can't even hear the surf before they even start walking to the cliff, shit, that ain't my business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute.
I'll scream.
Look, I can look. I've always said this. I can understand people being sheep. You know what I'm saying? Or people get mad about people being sheep. At least sheep know to stay on the cliff. Most folks are actually lemmings. And they're just, you know what I'm saying, blindly following. So, you know what I'm saying? People say you shouldn't be a sheep. I think in that regards, y'all better be a sheep.
And you know what? No, and not only that, if you think about it, being a sheep is comfortable because why? Everything is being taken care of.
You're still a drone.
Yeah. by being a lion, or you have to take responsibility. You have to run things, and I think people are afraid of running things, like being responsible.
And I hate that. See, and that's the most jacked up part of the whole thing. It's like okay, look, this is something that I used to ask cats. You know what I'm saying, back in, you know what I'm saying, doing community you know what I'm saying, involvement stuff. What happens when WS disappears? You know what I'm saying? Do people have an idea of what reality could be without WS, without having to fight WS, without having to think about it?
Here's the thing. I kind of liken that question to this.
Yeah.
If they actually paid us reparations, would that solve all the problems in the black community?
No, it wouldn't solve all the problems. It'll be a good start.
Well, there you go. If WS disappeared, right now, I don't think the effects would disappear with it.
Right.
I think that you would have to really work hard and very patiently to deprogram a lot of people. And like we were speaking on earlier, there's a lot of people that want to stay asleep. There's a lot of people that want to. There's a lot of people that want to stay with the idiot programming, and it's sad, but it's our reality at this point. People have gotten too comfortable. I mean,
Mm.
think about it. We've gotten away from, you know, our natural skill set, you know, and our natural, you know, way to survive. Like, you know, what if there are no grocery stores? We would
Mm.
need our backyards to grow food. We don't know
Mm.
the first thing to start to grow food except for get fresh soil from a fucking Home Depot and get some pots.
Yeah.
I mean, and then just kind of have at it. You know, if
Like,
if society failed, would
mm.
would we be able to survive the fallout? And many of us wouldn't
Hey,
because we are. Go ahead.
I would say, how many people who are listening and those in the chat, how many of you are here knows how to kill a chicken
Of course.
and skin it, pluck the
Yeah.
feathers and everything, and
Yeah, you
actually, you know.
wring the neck first, and you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
But I mean, how many people actually had that experience? Because I had to have the experience. Like, I didn't learn it on my own. Someone taught me. I
Right.
watched it. A goat, same thing with goats. Was it antelope, sheep,
Yeah.
and all that stuff. It's a skill, and that's why it's something that it's passed down from father or society to down. But because we, as the world quote unquote advance, I think they're putting out. It's a trap because think about it, right? When Houston had that freeze over, right?
Right.
Like, you couldn't go to the grocery, like everything was closed down. So
Right.
imagine, right? You not having access to the food, and you don't even know how to do yours, like get yours. So it's like, yeah, a convenience, right? Because you don't have to do everything; someone else is doing it for you. But it's like, as society, how they program us as we're advancing, we're staying away from on, like, they're trying to reinvent the wheel in some form. Because even when I look back home, people will look at the condition of people will be like, oh, that's was it low. You guys need to advance with what's to say? You need to advance with modern. You have to become modern. Don't be archaic, right? But I'll look back and like, wait a minute, they're living with nature. They're not buying the groceries. They're actually getting it from the earth for free, because if you have 10 corns and you plant them, you're gonna get more corns. And you're gonna take some of that corn and plant more. So it's like you don't have to get any more from what you're using. So it's like you're getting abundance from nothing, literally, right? But then they look at it, they'll be like, oh man, that's okay. You need to be in a society where you're living in luxury and you go to the store, you don't have to do all that, you don't have to get your hands dirty. But I'm like, but that's how we were supposed to be. So, some people may look at it and be like, well, there's nothing wrong with advancing in society. But I'm like, at the end of the day, we are being led astray in some way or some form, where we become dependent. That's why you're saying some people want to stay simple, because it's human nature. I don't like using the word human, but I say it's man's nature to be comfortable. Now, if you put in a comfortable situation, that's that's not into your benefit. That's where we fall into this idea, like being programmed and being comfortable and not wanting to wake up, because
No, it's
waking
our
up,
nature. It's our nature to create
yeah,
comfortability.
yeah. Well, not
Being
someone else.
being,
Yeah,
being comfortable is, I mean, anyone can be comfortable, but in the aspect of being able to create it, that's part of that whole provider thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you understand,
yeah,
all right, I'm not just creating comfortability for self. I'm creating comfortability that others can partake of and receive. You know what I'm saying? A nice harmonious perspective or whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is why we really should get into perspective of kingdom development. A lot of time folks is thinking citizen. And it's like, this is a question I always ask. All right, well, how do you define citizenry from your perspective within the reality of being within this society? You know what I'm saying? To me, I really don't think that this nation is worthy of my citizenry. Because I feel that, you know what I'm saying, I come with, you know what I'm saying, a much higher quality than what they expect.
yeah. But you know what? I fully understand what you're saying, because, like I say, we're in this platform. We have to speak in codes, because they claim they're all about freedom of speech, but they're not. But you know, I'll say I'm just glad I'm alive to witness what's happening. because for so long, even when I was asleep, I'm like, things the way it is, it's not supposed to be like this. Like something in my heart always told me that we're not being told everything. That's why I sought knowledge. I sought knowledge, and I've come to understand why people don't want to know. Because if you know, it brings pain. Because you're gonna be the only one who can see what everybody else can see, and those who know you can see, they see you.
Shit,
And
Pac said it felt like a curse.
yes,
He said it feels like a curse being able to see this.
it's like you telling people, hey, look, They'll be like, what are you talking about? They say, you've gone mad. Put him in a crazy house. I see what I see,
Yeah.
you know, and you know, I've seen in my life where I've said things and people didn't believe me, and it came to pass, and
But
then
see,
they be
no,
like,
but see, this is the thing. This is why you shouldn't let that shit bug you. Think about it. You're only saying what you see, and people respond to you in the detrimental response. So it's like, wait a minute. If I'm
Yeah.
saying what I see, then why are y'all coming at me as if I'm the cause of what I'm seeing? Y'all don't see this. All right, so y'all do see it. You do see the imbalance with it because you're not even saying that nothing is wrong right off the bat. What it is when you have that type of eye, you just see things that might be unbalanced. It don't mean that it can't be fixed. It don't mean that it's actually that you believe it can't be fixed. It don't mean that you believe that it was put there to be specifically detrimental to the situation. You just see an imbalance. Something is off. Let's look into this. And when you look into it,
yeah,
and you ask a critical question about the fucking reality that all others, you know what I'm saying, has to see, then you know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, they try to make you think you're crazy, but it's like, oh, wait a minute. So this is the way things supposed to be. So things supposed to be off like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, you've seen enough evidence. Yeah, it's off like a motherfucker.
yeah,
See, you have like reality has to literally beat the shit out of them in order for them to finally accept it. I
Right.
mean, and
yeah.
and
They
sometimes,
live.
yeah, and sometimes reality can be so much uglier than in actual fantasy. And the point of fantasy is to make things better. So because you won't accept reality. The fact of the matter is, the sooner you accept reality, the less you'll have to deal with it in the long run. Like
Right.
letting shit linger gives us more stuff to fix instead of we need less stuff to fix and more time to build.
And
If that.
that's how you get back to thriving. And that's my thing. I want to see us back into thrivinity. You know what I'm saying? And because once you learn that, all right, but that was a social status of my people in the past. I'm like, all right, is the potential there for us to get there once again to regain that? Yes, it is. Okay. Is it a small potential? Is it a large potential? Oh shit, it's a large potential. Great. All right, so this gonna be easy.
Yeah,
Then it comes the motherfucking brain. Shit, it's like,
and they'll be like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to be like, we want to go back to Egypt? Why are you taking us over there to the promised land? Leave us.
Look, Harriet Tubman did say she saved hundreds, she could have saved thousands. If she saved hundreds, that means she didn't even save 1,000. That meant that there was thousands left who was already deeply rooted
Yeah.
within their comfort zone.
Mm.
And I'm pretty sure they had children.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure they had very, very large families.
Mm.
And probably that the majority of them families probably who we dealing with in this day and age.
Hey, you know what? You just brought something. Now, you know what I say about when you seek knowledge and you find out the truth and you get mad. Now, some of the brothers they may not believe this, but I've found some records, and that's why I can understand why you have some of our brothers who say, "Oh, we were never brought here. We were always here." Come to find out, they say a lot. The reason why, even though there were some rebellions when it comes to slavery, they said the reason why you don't really see much about uh black Americans who were brought here, or what we learned about slavery, why there was no quote unquote a larger, like from our understanding, be like, wait, if I'm being oppressed, we need to rise up and fight against the power, right? Because there's more of us than them. The reason why is what we just said earlier.
Hey man, shut the fuck up. You a little bitch, man. Shut your little African booty scratching ass up. You a bitch. Fucking African booty scratching.
Wait, hold on, don't laugh
You a
at that.
bitch.
This somebody who
Hold on.
came
Edward
on.
ain't even. Hey, Edward ain't even here, so he's here for a special reason.
Yeah,
Like-
fuck Edward. Fuck Edward. But yeah, I was waiting on Kev to say something so I could tell Kev to shut up, man. But don't let Edward on your channel again.
Oh,
okay?
Edward, okay.
Who
Okay,
is this nigga?
Hey, dude. Hey,
Yeah.
man. For real.
This
though,
nigga created a Roger report.
Like,
Holy
God
shit!
damn.
Okay, Roger.
I'm
Roger
gonna
in
say,
the big league.
Yeah.
He is
Hell
in
yeah.
the big
You have
fucking
crossed
league,
over
cuz.
completely, brother. He has made it. No, this dude actually appeared on Edward's channel the other day.
Wow. This is probably the whole ass nigga that's trying to show his dick on Roger's other show.
Hell no.
Whole
I
ass
wasn't gonna
nigga.
say-
Yeah, it was probably your old
No,
bitch
nigga,
ass.
you a whole ass
You
nigga,
actually
you bitch, nigga.
You
Nigga, fuck
actually
you
create
hoe.
a profile from another man, cuz. Really? Oh, and you sound older than all of us, nigga. What the fuck?
Yeah,
He
proper,
got a
yeah,
deep voice.
motherfucker. This GD, you bitch. This GD, you hoe.
So what that mean? It's supposed to be growth and development, folk. What the fuck you come up in here with this bullshit for?
What's up, guy? Who are you really?
Call it GD. Nigga,
Who
where your
you-
principles at?
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Fuck
House
out of
of
here.
Balls.
You show up talking about, you know what I'm saying, on some ghost profile for another nigga's profile, cuz. Nigga, you ain't on no motherfucking 6 point. Shut your ass up and get the fuck out of here.
Nigga, die 5, you bitch. Die 5, hoe.
Get your ass out of here, nigga.
Wait,
Hey,
Stupid
Kev,
ass.
hey, Kev,
fuck?
don't let that nigga Edward back on your show, man.
Who this nigga, dog? Look,
Hey,
look.
hey,
Listen
listen up, dog. Listen up.
Hey, Kev, when he
What?
talks, hey, say something else, fake Roger. Watch this nigga's volume space. This nigga, he don't even know how to cut out the goddamn sticker, right? You dumb motherfucker. What you got? Tourette syndrome or your Parkinson's and your
Hey,
mouse? Your mouse ain't working right in your Photoshop. Oh, hoe ass nigga, get your bitch ass out of here, nigga.
you know, even when he was using insult, there was no conviction in his insult either.
No, don't
Hey,
try to
hey.
claim GD. Get the fuck out of here.
That's like this is weird because this guy's only ever stalked Edward.
Really?
Yes, he's only appeared stalking Edward. This is bizarre. This is the first time that he's appeared without Edward being present.
That's some shit. That's
Yeah.
all right though. He just proved that Roger's moving up. This motherfucker actually took out the time to cut out Roger.
Yeah, well, super troll.
Hey,
He must have a lot of free time.
yo, but he did it poorly. Did you see all that extra black negative space upon it? That was a terrible circle. That was a terrible fucking circle, cuz. Take your ass back to motherfucking play school, nigga. The fuck? Get you a
I was like-
motherfucking exacto knife or a protractor.
Oh man.
Get some
I
help,
was like,
man.
what
This
the
is
hell?
why we have trust issues.
Yeah.
This
But
is
you know
why-
what?
GD,
At least
get your ass outta here.
you allow him to speak more, so you'll know. And likely it wasn't the porn bump, because that has happened too, where someone will jump up and just on screen and then just
Nah, cuz I'm
unsanitized.
tired of being nice to these motherfuckers, man. That's the issue. That's the issue. We be nice to these motherfuckers, give them a little bit of rope. Next thing you know, these motherfuckers come clean out of pocket. You know what I'm talking about? Shit.
Hey, that's why you got the hammer smash on the head.
And we own black men being brutally honest, so I'm pretty sure Kev, you know what I'm saying, he can take the leash off a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We go get him like Jet Li in that movie.
Yeah. They always say, "What? Don't strike first. Wait and see." When it's in, then strike. Because whenever you strike, you're actually on the weakening point. Yeah.
But here's what it is, man. The black manosphere is being targeted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any distraction these motherfuckers can serve us, that's what they're gonna do, man. And they hurt. They hurt about the truth. I mean, you can't beat the truth. I'm sorry.
Nope.
And the sooner you deal with the truth, the better off you'll be. Like I said, are you willing to deal with years of bullshit and more regression?
Mm.
Yeah, this is not going away anytime soon.
Oh,
Like,
no.
no, not at all. So get used to it.
No, dude, you gotta understand. We're probably disrupting a lot of folks' flow. You know what I'm saying? As far as with
Money.
with money, subscribers, even if their subscribers say that, you know, some of their subscribers actually tune in to the Black Manosphere, and then they actually take a question to them that they got to answer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a preacher getting that hard question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
but fast, and you're dropping some knowledge. You know, people in the chat requesting that finish your thoughts.
Oh, what was I even saying? I think I lost my train of
They asked you,
thought.
they asked you
What
to finish your piece
piece
about
about slavery?
slavery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The information that I found that the reason why a lot of the people didn't revolt, the keyword they found comfort. They became so comfortable, and those who were trying to kind of like, hey, we need to do. Guess what? They were ostracized. But when our people who scream to black power, they don't like to bring. I can understand why they don't, because they probably see it as a negative. But what's the saying? The majority rule, because the majority for they had the family, right? Because what did they do? They were threatened the man. They'd be like, hey, if you walk away, your family will suffer. And many men, because they understood our nature, we want to protect, they will actually submit for the sake of family. There was no radical be like, you know what? Kill them. I'll see them again. I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna do this, right? So you didn't have a lot of that happening. So a lot of men had to swallow their pride because of the love of the family, and they had to find comfort. So it's part of that history. I can understand why the pro blacks or black power don't usually mention it, but it comes back full circle to the thing is, when we have certain men who speak to power, the majority will be like, hey, shh, 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 hey. And that's why some of our people, when they hear the history, they say, well, why did our people rise up, right? I have this fire in me. What? They don't understand. If they actually do dig deeper, that spirit of, hey, be quiet, hey, just do what do they say so we can be better. That was happening a lot. And to me, I understand why they don't usually bring up that thing. And because we touched on that topic about people finding comfortability in that comfort, and they become what a word that we use, a complacent in a way, for not quote unquote changing their situation. I understand. So that because the youth now is waking up, right? They're trying to get out of their shell, like that spirit of, I'll call it the spirit of rebellion. You be, oh yeah, and then some people will be like, well, why didn't our ancestors fight back? Yeah, we had some who fought back, but the thing is, the majority had to squash. Like, it's kind of like, hey, tone down your language. Hey, just just look down. Like, don't look up. You know what I mean? Their voices was the loudest, and that's why I can understand why some of the people, when they talk about it, they don't bring it up. And when it comes to this topic, I know it's very sensitive, because all of us were affected. Even I know some of our brothers, when they say, oh, why did our people come here? I'm like, hey, when our people here were getting to beat down and all that stuff, guess what? Africa wasn't spared. The
Right.
Muslim was already beating us thousands of years before this whole thing happened. So it's not that we didn't know. It's just that we also had our mess that we had to deal with. And it's even like, if you have a chance, read King Leopold's the second letter.
Oof.
Yeah,
Damn.
read that letter, and
Damn.
you'll understand. It's like, was it the Jim Crow or what? They're trying to say, oh, it's fake, it's not real. You know,
Oh, really?
and
They're trying to whitewash it, or
yeah, they try to
they're
say,
trying to
yeah,
sanitize it
yeah,
out
yeah,
of the lexicon.
yeah. But that
Wow.
guy was ruthless. Like
Yeah.
he every when you read that letter, it's similar to what's that what's it what was
Willie
that
Lynch.
Willie Lynch. It's literally the exact same thing. So
Wow.
the thing with slavery, I always say it's a very complex topic. But the thing is,
You know
we
what?
have,
Isn't that
yeah,
jacked up? Not to cut you off, but ain't it jacked
mm,
up that the Pilgrim jacked up slavery? Like everybody had slavery, right? But
yeah, servitude, yeah,
nobody. Well, I mean, wherever it is, no one thought that to actually breed a people for such a purpose. Even slavery had honor. War had honor.
mm,
All elements of
mm.
life,
Had some
positive
form, yeah.
and negative, has some form of balance and order to it.
Mm.
And they even disrupted that.
Yeah, yeah. Because if people understand, like, if you're working for somebody, that's a slave. But the thing is, the reason why we even use the word slave, because the word slave comes from the word Slav, because it was a group, the
Right.
Slavics,
Slavish, yeah.
yeah. But it should be a servant, or servant is the actual word. The thing
Right.
is, what they have done was something that has never happened before, because someone, most of the time, what they served, they were let go.
Yeah.
What was happening here was, we will never let you go. You belong to us forever. That was the difference. That's what I try to tell people. Even right now, under the illusion, oh, you're a citizen, you got your social security. To this government, you are their property. That's why, of course, they can promote you, go to Africa. No, they'll be like, oh, it's a
But
jungle.
hold up. They not wrong for that.
Mm,
They not wrong for that because
mm,
of the very first start of your last sentence that you said.
mm.
What did you say?
I forget.
This government
Yes,
was the rest that you said?
I say this. What was it? This government
Right. Stop
will.
right there.
Yeah,
If it's a government,
yeah, yeah.
then who has a large chunk of responsibility for how this thing's supposed, how it's supposed to operate?
The government.
No, the people, the
Oh
public.
yeah.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse for
Yeah.
not knowing the law. Because the thing is, you're supposed to understand how your society operates. You're not supposed to, or you're just a zombie or useless eater or whatever, you know what I'm saying, people want to say or whatever, and you're just, you know what I'm saying, being programmed. Some people are drones, some people choose dronism, some people fall into dronism, you know what I mean? But
Mm,
you're supposed to have some element within your reality that makes you want to understand it much more deeply. And
mm,
it's not a chore. You know what I'm saying? To a lot of people, politics is a chore.
mm,
Is To me, it's only a chore when you got to deal with bullshit. When the shit's working right, it's like, all right, that's the way it's supposed to go. You're supposed to have delegating bodies and all that. You know what I'm saying? How else are you going to establish, you know what I'm saying, adequate and proper order?
mm.
It's just that, you know what I'm saying, we do it under some mafia shit, and we want to call it or expect it to operate as, you know what I'm saying, traditional government.
It's the Bible. It has a form of order, but it's disorder. It looks like order, but it's not, because if it was order, there would be no disorder.
Well, it's merely based off of accumulation, and that's why it doesn't work. This is why even for the pilgrim, it doesn't work for them, because
Mm,
eventually they get consumed by their own creation.
mm,
Eventually. So, yeah, they feed well, you know what I'm saying, collect, get all that, whatever. But when it comes to stress, highly, highly stressed, right? And
mm,
and the fact that, for a lot of folks, in this reality. Good, as Kev said, in this, a good sum of money would relieve a lot of stress for a lot of folks.
Yeah,
Well,
I hear ya.
you know what I mean? So, well, but for them, it won't. It don't matter how much they get. This take you back to Dr. Marimba Ani perspective of Urugu. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It don't matter what they get. So so this is why I say, the Pirates of the Caribbean expose a whole lot, cause
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? You're like, I eat and I feel nothing. It was like, yo, wait a minute. Are they chasing wealth all the time? I mean, it was very esoteric, cuz it was hella esoteric to me. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
there's a
saying?
lot of there's a lot of or was it the trophy and play side that it's like that's what I said, the pain that comes with knowing something is you like, bro, they've been saying this all this time and I didn't know.
Yeah.
And those people, right? Once you know what they say? Welcome to the club. But you be like, wait a minute, why didn't you tell me? They say, well, I'm not supposed to tell you.
That's not how it works.
They're like, I'm not. That's according to their mindset that they're not supposed to tell you.
Neo, what's the name? Morpheus tried to tell Neo all the time. It ain't nothing. Notice he had to actually die for him to get this, for him to get the relief. Basically, it had to be a sacrifice, right?
Yes.
So the thing is, what are people willing to sacrifice to grasp the actual fathoms of reality that's before them? The illusion is comfortable. They're going to have to break from their comfort mode to, I mean, you know what I mean?
Like you have to, like the Bible says, it says you have to die and rise again. But people, they look at it more. They look at it more from the physical aspect. When you know when it says, it said, "Let the dead bury the dead." Like he was speaking, he was saying like those who are dead in the mind, let them bury the dead, because they are. It's like there's no difference between someone who's physically dead and mentally dead because they're both dead. They're not there, you know.
Yeah, it's zombie. But
Yeah.
but the thing is, see, this is my question I always had as a youngster. Could people be brought from zombieism? And I actually thought, okay, they could, you know what I'm saying? Because before they said that they did it with information, right? And you're like, all right, well, maybe I could utilize the information route and you know what I'm saying, perhaps maybe break through the program a little bit. But people tend to deny how effective the programming is and how consistent the programming is. That's some of the, it was already some of the most consistent programming before. And now with the advent of the internet, that's constant connection. It's actually a directed connection. So I would think that the phenomena of the connection itself had actually exponentially grown, you know what I'm saying, to be even more cementing than it previous was, you know what I'm saying, prior to, you know what I'm saying, the invention of the internet, making the world as small as it is now. You know, so the whole slave thing, like a lot of people think, like you say, a lot of people think on the physical. My thing was, okay, well, isn't it still slavery if one will not make a decision to take charge of their reality or permit another to authorize and direct their reality? Isn't that still slavery, even if the person is benevolent in their approach towards interaction?
Yeah, it's another form because you're still under order. Like, oh, you're still serving. Like if your mind is serving someone else instead of serving yourself, then you're still a servant to someone. So in a way, in another form, you're still a slave. Like like people talk about. Okay,
No, but there is honorable service though.
yes.
So service isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's
It
righteous
depends on
service,
who
it's
you're under.
honorable service, you know what I'm saying? It's instrumental service. So yeah.
It's like an employee. Like I call it. We live in a PC world. Take the word employment, right? What did it say? In order for you to get employment, you have to go what? Human resource. what were plantations? Human resources. So if somebody wanted to build a bridge or to sew clothes, where did they go? He went to the plantation to get what? Workers. And
Right.
what is that today? Jail is one of them, right? Community service. See, these people are very slick.
No,
Trying to tell-
no, dude, you keep calling them slick. Stop calling them slick. They ain't slick. They don't hide none of this shit.
Yeah.
They don't
I
hide
mean,
none of this shit. They throw this shit in motherfuckers' faces.
no, I'm saying like I'm saying it from a perspective, because we know. But I'm saying from someone who'll be like, oh man, I didn't know. You know what I mean? That's why I'm using that word slick. But I know,
No,
like when you
no.
see, you be like, damn.
The people are slick in the avenues in which they create to avoid reality. Like folks will. I mean, shit. They will craft some hellified protections for them illusions.
Yeah, yeah.
Telling you,
Completely
telling
understand what you're saying. Exactly. Yes.
So then it really comes down to not an aspect of trying to break one's illusion, in an aspect of it being corrected. It's more along the line to where they have they could receive the realization in seeing you operate the principle. Just like how, I'm saying, how I'm saying, the Buddha does it. There's no aspect of you have to do this according to these rules and this or whatever, right?
Yeah.
All Buddha does is share stories of instrumental responses or solutions or what's the word? Coincidences, or that ain't the word, whatever. Results from utilizing, righteousness and, mindfulness and all this. It's not that you're supposed to do it. It's that, look, this helped me to become a better being. And that's what people should be selecting. What helps them to become a better being. The way that they've been programmed in an aspect for Christianity is what helps them to become a better servant. You're not supposed to be a servant. Service is something that you offer, but it isn't something that you do. You're not supposed. No one's supposed to be a servant unless it's required of them. But for a life of serving, what I'm saying? Nah.
I see what you're saying. Like, it's like, don't be that. Offer it.
Well, the thing is, that's how the Christ presented it. The Christ didn't want to be worshipped, and everybody worshiped him.
Yeah.
He didn't say worship me. He said follow me. And how do you follow someone teaching righteousness? You become rooted in the discipline. Ergo, you become a disciple.
Yeah.
So you become a student of the craft. What was the craft? Dispensing righteousness. That's it. That's all folks got to do. And it's easy. It's really easy to do. You just got to make the right decisions. Because they're before you, but what I'm saying, hence with the right decisions, all eyes, what I'm saying, you're gonna have some light. And what I'm saying, what comes with light in this reality, what I'm saying, hey, what I'm saying, you better learn some kung fu or something. Remember, they used to beat motherfuckers up who had too many books in their hand back in the day, cuz.
Yeah.
What you doing all that reading, nigga?
Yeah, let me kind of put that on the subject, like, because in many of Kwame Brown's rants, he did mention that because he was reading books, a lot of ignorant little dudes would say that he trying to be white because he reading books.
Yeah. Michael Jackson said the same, bro. Some of the videos YouTube has been yanking it, bro. Michael Jackson was so smart, bro. Like, I understand what, like, it's kind of like he wanted to be himself so much, but he couldn't. That's why he kept calling that guy the devil. Like, you guys remember the whole talk about the guy who was
Yeah, dude, I don't know, dude. Tony Mottola is the devil.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. But people will be like, why is he talking like that?
Tony Mottola is the devil. He said that shit. Look, that was some funny shit, right? All right, so you know what I'm saying? Shout out Mike. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X's birthday is passed too, so respect or death day. The thing is, notice when the whole aspect of the devil, right? When he go around saying what he said, you know what I'm saying, with his rhetoric for the Nation of Islam, and people would ask him, you know what I'm saying, don't you think it's, you know, go around calling people devils and all these accusations? You're like, yes, I do. And they said, well, don't you think it's mean? Not don't you think it's wrong? No, don't you think it's mean? Like, hey, don't be exposing us.
Yeah. But what people not said, the word devil just mean deceiver.
Right. But you also gotta understand, if that's the way that you know, say a culture operates, they're going to naturally be against that.
Yeah.
They operate. Look, English is a language of deception. That's why you have so many words that sound the same, mean something different.
Yeah, it has a lot of bald words too.
That's purposefully done.
Hey, that's why earlier, right? You know, what's the saying? Coming back full circle. You know, yeah, I don't want to go there, but you, what did you just say? You said English is what is the most.
It's a language of deception.
Yeah, and that's why the word God. If you, I'm just gonna leave it there. If you do your digging, you're gonna.
Okay. Well, the thing is, you really ain't supposed to take English off of, you know what I'm saying, nothing with that. You're supposed to have your own perspective of defining reality. Me, I tend to take a very super cosmic, common, you know what I'm saying, commonsensical perspective toward it. Everything, you got existence itself, right? And existence has to have had a what for existence to be a present phenomenon. A creator. Okay, boom. That's where I stop it at. I don't know what it is, who it is, if they look like something, what, none. All I know is that there was some force that created this existence, which most have labeled the infinite itself. So you have the creator of the infinite here. I'm not trying to figure all that out, cuz that shit is way over my head. I need to understand how to, you know what I'm saying, blend in with this world, get in where I fit in, and thrive like everything else that live here. That's it. I'm on my atom shit, cuz a lot of people be trying to go like really, really deep with it. It's like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Put yourself in the shoes of atom. And you know what I'm saying?
I like to I love the rabbit hole. I want to go as further as I can. That's all you'll be like, man. Why are you speaking like you're there? You know,
I can't do it, cuz look, this is my thing. It's like, look, I can't understand the totality of that which was created. So for me to speak as if I can understand the totality of the creator of that which I can't understand, ever since I was young, cuz I've always thought it was some ego shit. I always felt like it was some ego shit, and it's like, all right, you know, let me just get in where I fit in. I know I'm not greater than that force. You know what I'm saying? And then next comes the elements. I know I'm not greater than the elements, and you learn where you exist in the pecking order. You feel me?
hey, I'll tell you this though, we're more than elements.
Say it again.
I say we are more than elements.
Yes, but we are of the elements as well. But the way that they manifest within this reality, we ain't greater than them. Nigga, I'm from Oklahoma, cuz. Nigga, tornadoes come through, it's a wrap. So
Hey,
you understand, you know damn well that you ain't greater than that. So you like, all right, well, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you didn't sacrifice the chicken in the backyard, then
They call that a geek.
You know what it is?
Well, that's what they call them in the circus. The guys who, you know, jerk the chicken in front of everybody.
Yeah.
So shout out to the chat, y'all. Y'all lit up in there. You know what I'm saying? Renzo, Petway boy, what it do? Lavelle.
Yeah, we get a lot of
like
we get. I will say one thing about our chat, and this is no dig to other chats out there. One thing I do not see a whole lot of in the chat that's on this channel is stupid shit.
Facts.
Like, when you see these hate broadcasts against basically black male free speech, it's always hate, is comments of no substance. It's an intent to divide, where people are trying to say that we're trying to put together. Um, yeah, if I could find that comment, I might show y'all on one of these broadcasts. I was talking to this simp, I mean, this guy in the Facebook group one day, and every time black men make up any kind of organization or whatever, is all the intent for some reason to, I don't know, lower vibrational POS motherfuckers. Is that their first inclination is, just since it has just black men and not black women in the title, that I did that to specifically bash black women.
Oh God.
That is, and I'm gonna cover more of that tomorrow night when I have an actual Black Manosphere dedicated broadcast.
Like, how technical can you get?
Yeah, I mean, they do this bullshit.
Subjectively technical.
Yeah. Because like, this is how a lot of black men shit get ruined, because a lot of guys try to speak to this sentiment that the sisters are always, why are you not including black women in all this? Why are you not including black women? When do black men go to black women's spots and say, I mean, besides like little simps trying to get in on Titty Tuesday, is when do we ever say that we need to be included with y'all on this? As far as black women, when do we need to be included?
No,
we don't ever say that.
Ever. Never ever.
I mean, every time we get our hands on a platform, we fuck it up. And and I mean, like, the people like Kwame Brown, Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, when he first hit the scene. I mean, these various figures in the manosphere, we're that breath of fresh air that everyone's been looking for. Even a lot of the smaller guys. It's not that we're on the same accord. It's just that we're a polarizing space.
Yes.
Yes. Very, very, very polarizing.
Yeah.
And these truths are not meant to be taken lightly, and it's not going to be easy accepting them. A lot of these things are smashing egos, and it hurts you only if you don't want to solve the problem.
Thank you. Oh shit! That need to be a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh shit! It only hurts you when you don't. Red letters _ you want to solve the problem. Oh god damn, that's deep.
Yeah. I mean, like people want shit to stay screwed up so they can continue to act fucked up. Yeah. And it's weird to me that we're choosing this route instead of building like these motherfuckers say they want to do. I want to build. Let's build. Okay, let's get some blueprints going and let's build something. And them niggas ain't never there. This whole convoluted plot to silence black men. Well, you ain't gonna be able to silence Kwame Brown, obviously.
Hey, they tried though. He was live and they tried to disrupt his live stream.
That's the only thing they can do. That's the only thing they can do, because they can't call him a liar.
Yeah. it was
like Corey Hope would say all the time. He say, "Look, stop me when I lie." He said, "You might not like it, but stop me when I lie." Only because he want to make sure that his shit is, is on the up and up. I mean, he on some whole shit lately, but I think actually him and Zoda actually, kind of, minute friendship with that, which is some remarkable shit. I still ain't looked at the last one, man.
He even said, I'm joking and I'm roasting, but I'm at the same time I'm speaking something. And like, I mean, it's not what we do here in the manosphere. We joke, we may do some, roasting and calling people ugly and all stuff.
But fashion in life. Have you ever seen somebody play the dozens very very fluidly.
No.
Yeah, I
Okay,
have.
okay. That's not a often occurrence.
Yeah.
Usually, when you find someone that play the dozen fluidly, that's the only motherfucker you know.
Yeah.
It's that rare, right? The fact that this nigga in such grown man status sitting here playing cards. You know what I'm saying? Flipping them cards, talking that shit, daddy style. He said, "I'm Geechee, bitch." That nigga need a corn cob pipe in the motherfucker's mouth. He giving people that 1940 shit, cuz. Damn. I don't think they made motherfuckers like this no more.
Yeah. All of us know somebody like Kwame Brown. Like I've run across plenty of brothers like that. I mean, you know, this is the kind of guy that can say he a real nigga, and I wouldn't even have anything to say about it because I've often scoffed at the fact that black men call themselves real niggas, but sometimes you got to call a spade a spade.
What the fuck is a real nigga versus a fake nigga in the United States where the motherfuckers see your ass as real niggas no matter who you call yourself? No matter if you call yourself black, African American, the motherfucking nigga, it all look like nigga to them to me.
Yeah, well, a pie is a pie is a pie. You don't mind if it's apple pie or orange pie or pineapple pie, it's still a pie.
It's still a motherfucking pie. And my thing is all right, look, we can call ourselves whatever we want to call ourselves once we, you know what I'm saying, get these pilgrims off our reality. Because right now they're the one that's dictating it. And you know what I'm saying, folks like to live as if they ain't. And it's like, all right, well, shit, that's the biggest motherfucking problem. It's like, damn, you don't think you could do better what they do? I've always thought, nigga, since I was a little kid, I've always thought, nigga, I could do this shit better than them. I could do this shit, but you ain't got to kill a lot of motherfuckers. You still gonna have to kill some people. Oh yeah, you still have to kill some motherfuckers, right? But the thing is, it's like, say you were in your own village and you needed to do a little bit of, you know what I'm saying, red rum to, you know what I'm saying, make the situation, you know what I'm saying, balance or whatever. You're still going to have to do it. So that's not the overall factor. The overall factor is who one deems as I guess, I don't know, as chief of their reality. And it seems like, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of, you know what I'm saying, folks from my village that don't mind things as they are. And the fact that also, are we supposed to take to them that they're supposed to want different or whatever, or do we just build amongst ourselves that which we need? You know what I'm saying? And
well, let me touch on something Faston said earlier. And I was talking to an older gentleman like some weeks ago, you know, as we were drinking beer and eating barbecue and shit like that. And that was a great day, fun day, you know, to be able to socially interact with someone that you can admit that is a bit wiser than you, because our respect falls short on older gentlemen, you know, especially in 2021. And I do want to promote that I respect my elders, you know, as long as they don't come in with the whole you young niggas, y'all, I could teach you a thing or two, because like the thing is about that is, if you're going to charge us with teaching us a thing or two, we have to acknowledge that things are kind of the way they are because a lot of you didn't act. But the older gentleman that I was speaking to, older black man, was, you know, he said something like very similar to what Faston touched on, and is that that our, you know, especially the men who were protective of their families, they just kind of had to go along to keep, you know, family members safe, because they were that vile, that low down back then. Because my question was, why didn't we take the opportunity to fortify our communities when we had the chance and when we had the unity going? Because one thing that my dad always told me about segregation is that he would say that some elements of segregation were better for black people because black people, in essence, knew who our enemies were, and we knew who we had to stick with.
Right.
And because of desegregation, he said desegregation made us too comfortable, and it made us settle down too much, and that entrenched fear that they would do something to us if we spoke up, that became commonplace. And therefore, it created a sense of defeat within a lot of us.
Okay.
And it's like that's where you get this whole bullshit spiel that a lot of these YouTubers like to carry around in their back pocket, that that we somehow gave up, that all of the male-led movements were meaningless, when you had men literally, black men literally sacrificing their lives for a better future for us all.
Mm.
And the fact of the matter is that some of these shock value bitches and bitch ass niggas out here, they want to be so smug about it. But to tell you the truth, them like my whole feeling, and a lot of people might see this as a controversial view. I'm from a city that tried to fight for an entire nation of people who stuck their tail between their legs when we needed their help. So everybody criticized the civil rights movement and the efforts that people from Montgomery put up, because you want to be some smart ass, shock value ass YouTuber, then hey, fuck you. Like I could tell you some stories that not only my parents have told me, but my grandparents have told me as well. None of you old smart ass wannabe scholar ass niggas would have survived 2 hours in that time period, because y'all some stupid motherfuckers that think you're so smart and act like you're so fucking revolutionary. Yeah, and I mean, you might have a lot of your subs fooled, but real black men like me, you'll never get that shit over on me. Y'all, a lot of y'all niggas out here fake virtue signaling and using the memory of people who actually cared in a disgraceful manner. And I'm very offended by that shit.
Yeah, and that's why I always tell people, don't undermine don't undermine people experience, because why? Even looking back, when I hear stuff from my grandparents and stuff like that, especially people who live in the 1960s, right, during Congo's independence, Patrice Lumumba, and a lot of things were happening. But like I would say, only um, another reason why people have to understand why we're coming in an age where some people minimize, the people who came before us. It's because of programming. It's because of the people who control the narrative. Because if you think about it, just think back. Look how, you know, even Martin Luther King at his time, he wasn't as popular as this society is making it seem.
Nah,
Even,
his
Scares me,
popularity,
man. He
his
scares me.
popularity, his popularity is a media construct. People wasn't feeling MLK like that back then.
Nope.
yes, yes,
Nope.
They weren't.
no,
Like, and a lot of it was for the wrong reasons.
yeah.
Yeah.
People were just
They didn't like. I even remember back home when we were learning about the whole civil rights. It's just like Nelson Mandela. How Nelson Mandela this? I'm like, yo, why do you think he was in jail for that many years? Like, but it's like they love brushing over so that you won't remember. Like, look at South Africa now. Now they try. Oh, it's because of these savages. This is why South Africa is this xenophobia and all that stuff. I'm like, yo, are we forgetting that of all the quote unquote modern nations, apartheid was still alive and well until 1994, where literally South Africa literally changed its government. Like, I'm like 1994. Like, I'm like, hello. Like, if when I use the word slavery, it's like South Africa still had Jim Crow all the way till 1994, where they literally in the 80s, their president was literally in the open giving speeches using the N-word and talking bad about the South Africans, the Zulus, and all that stuff. And then it's like, but the thing is, they brush it over. Oh, Nelson Mandela talking about peace and all this. I'm like, wasn't it this guy? If it was about peace, why did you put him in jail?
I got a question with that. If they were to be able to get a window to actually, you know what I'm saying, physically do something about that, how much of the population you think would actually ride with that?
I'll say 50%.
God damn, that's low. 50.
Yeah.
Because
Shit.
Because we understand people's mindset. That's why I say 50, because 50-50 chance they will lean one way or the other. So that's why I use 50%.
That's not good. That's not shit. That's stalemate. You don't want stalemate. You want, you know, it's just like tennis. You want an advantage a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, at least 51%, but I say 50.
Damn.
But it's a lot of things in the world. I always, there's nothing wrong with seeking knowledge. The problem is people sometimes they okay, where am I going to seek knowledge from? Because, man, even some of the books that I read, you can literally see to be like, yo, this is bullshit. But you have to read. Why? Because out of the bullshit, you can see something. They lie on everything. And I mean, literally everything. The calendar we're using, fake news. The dates, all lie. Everything is a lie. Everything. But like I say, I'm so far into the rabbit hole, right? But me speaking to people won't even understand. Like,
Okay, but hold on. All right, now you understand though, one can become drunk upon the cosmos, right? You understand that?
yeah,
You can get spiritually drunk. It is possible.
yeah.
So if you're in the rabbit hole, you're close there, because the thing is, you still have to maintain a certain perspective of an anchor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, to the society, and not one in an aspect to where you're constantly pointing out the disbalances. Not everybody is a motherfucking angel, cuz, and they don't understand, you know what I'm saying, angel speak. It is what it is. You live in light.
Yeah.
You can't expect others to live in light. That's not easy for a lot of folks. And for those of us it's easy too, that's a fucking blessing.
It's not easy. And that's why I warn people. Usually, like, when it comes to, religious and stuff like that, this is why I've come to the point where I won't tell you. I shall put this. I've come to understand why when people talk about, the Freemasons are, I'm like, I've come to understand why they do what they do.
Yes.
I understand why certain secrets have to be secrets. So that I'm now at the point where I only speak secrets to someone who asks. If they say, hey, fasting, what do you think about this? And I'll be like, get ready to drown, because I'm just gonna
see. No, look, bro, look. Okay, now I'm gonna let you know, cuz you are at the level where you now can probably understand why the Christ spoke in parable.
Yes.
So you have to pick up that practice. If you don't, eventually you're going to go crazy, because right now humanity is really not worthy for the light, because they're choosing to live in the fucking shadow by the billions, and it's only the billions of motherfuckers is here. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, you can't really take that shit to them. If you interact with them, you have to deliver it in parable, because I call it the Quranic truth, dog. Right? It's like heron. If you put heron directly into a body, the body receives it as poison, right? And it shuts down the system because it can't work with it. It can't metabolize it. If you put that needle in and you take out some blood or some of the environment that the heroin is going to be within, mix it with it, and then shoot it right back up in there, the environment can readily more accept it, and it doesn't shut it down, and it metabolizes it. However, strugglingly, you know what I'm saying, it does.
Mixed together, yeah.
You feel me? So the thing is, you're taking direct shit to people. You can't do that because one, there's, you know what I'm saying, there's firewalls. Remember, this is a program.
Yeah.
So there are firewalls put forth to block that shit. And then you have to put forth work and effort for truth to hit. It shouldn't be that.
Yeah,
truth should dispel. Yeah. If you're in a position to where a dispellization or whatever the fuck that word is not occurring, that means you're going a little bit too direct, cuz. So you gotta start practicing parable.
Hey, you said earlier, you said billions. How do you know it's trillions?
Well, I don't know. Oh, you right, cuz that's them the pilgrims numbers. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga, it could be quadrillion motherfuckers on the world. You know, whatever the number is too big for them. Shit, they always trying to, you know what I'm saying, lessen somebody's motherfucking people number. The fuck?
People, you only know what you know. Yeah. I know, like, I don't know. Maybe I think it's just me. It's my character. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Take this for instance. The way that Kwame delivers. Give me your take on his delivery.
He's doing what I usually do. What I do is I use comedy to slip into truth. It's my form of, like you said earlier, parables. What I do is I make people laugh, but I say something, and then I watch people's reaction. That's how I observe. And
he don't give a damn about nobody's reaction. He reading these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
He ain't really trying to be funny. He's efforting to put the funny shit in there or whatever. He's actually reading these motherfuckers, and the way that he reading them, it comes off as funny, but it's fucking accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's because notice he's throwing the laugh, and he's even telling the viewers, says, I'm using the laugh at the end to make it as a joke, but I'm saying something real. Like, there's something like that's what I say. Only people who have ears to ears and eyes to see. He's using a strategy, like he's playing mental gymnastic, but he's doing it at a level that even Eddie Murphy cannot do or comedians cannot do. He's way beyond a comedian. Like that's why I resonate. See where he's coming from. Yeah.
I mean, what if he were to go into comedy? It's not an aspect of being a comedian because roasting is actually a culture here. You know what I'm saying? It just happens to involve or contain some of the factors of, you know what I'm saying, humor or comedy within it. But no, that's cultural. He's laying into them from the blackest perspective that you will ever see somebody lay into another person. Ever. It is completely cultural. The fact that he sits up there playing cards when he do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah. And one thing I want y'all to notice is that, he's really adamant about, exposing people who just shit on black men like that.
Yeah, yes, that's a key. Yeah, he used the phrase black man so many times, and I think that's why he's being resonate, because he's not like, think about this. He's saying black man. How many people in the mainstream are speaking on or about the black man's value and protect, like basically being for black men? Who are they?
Well, the only value they're finding in us is that when we're dead, and then an organization full of ladies who hate black men are profiting and celebrating off of the dead bodies of those men. which I mean, I don't see why anyone would support that anymore, especially with the shit that they've been saying in social media. Those girls' purpose weren't not to, position black people in a winning spot. They were only there to gain political power for another community besides black people. I will say that much. I don't see how people could not look at that website and then automatically say, this is wrong. I'm not feeling this. People wanted to accept that virtue signal. That's all they wanted. Somebody's finally saying that Black Lives Matter. That's a slap in the face to us anyway. We should never have to say it. It should already be implied. And this and if you look at where they put that money in the Democratic Party. That's why you got this ultra liberal movement right now. And I think this is why spaces such as the Black Manosphere is so polarizing, because it goes against that neoliberalism that is plaguing us. And if we let up now, that shit's gonna win. Yeah. It'll be like how the feminist movement, did, and people want to push back against it just because women were involved. But I don't care about these bitches' feelings. I don't. I'm not built to care about something that causes detriment or to make excuses for it. It's like, how dare y'all, man? It's like y'all, like I call that shit bootlicking. Like it's straight bootlicking. If you ain't trying to do what's best for us, then and you're making excuses literally in front of everybody not to do it, you're bootlicking.
Yeah, and it's like, even though they're pushing it, if you understand women don't even want to be in that position. They always want to. They want to. It's like they in the hair.
O'Neal used to say all the time, women don't want to win. They don't win it.
Yeah. And that's why I know in the manosphere they're having to talk about, we need to legalize, in order for us to change everything, prostitution needs to be legalized. I'm telling you, women know
it's already legal. Look, there was the legalization of prostitution came in when hoe stopped being a slur. That's when the legalization of prostitution came in. I don't give a fuck if they, put it within their paper legislation that these hoes can sell pussy from here to the sun go down on any goddamn block or track, whatever the fuck. They was already there. Once hoe stops being a motherfucking slur, there you go. And then you just happen to see a lot of them fall within, the pantheon of the new category of hoe. Oh, all right, yeah. Nah, fuck that. Prostitution been motherfucking legal. Prostitution been legal since Nicki Minaj.
Hey, but so now, for what you just say, if it's been there, right?
Yeah, Trina, nigga. Shit,
yeah. If it's been there and nothing changed, that means what? It's over.
Okay. Okay. Now, in that regard, we're getting black pill. You know what I'm talking about? So
yeah. I agree. What it is.
Look, I agree. Look. Once again, hoe is no longer a slur, and hotep is.
Get the chopper.
Ain't that something? Ain't that motherfucking something?
They're coming after you.
Shit.
Hey, Rogish, you gonna get another negative comment. You keep laughing like that. This man said some dude was only talking, no grown man should be laughing like that.
Yo, knowing his ass was cracking the fuck up. Hey, cuz, I remember you, nigga. You better let that shit go, nigga. What Jamie Foxx say? You better blow that shit out, nigga. Shit. I used to hold in my laugh all the time because motherfuckers be looking horrified when a nigga laugh. It's like, all right, well, Shit, that's what funny is to me. Goddamn.
Hey, let me read Petway Boy Petway Boy's comment. He said, "Man, I swear that laugh is from the Proud family." And
Yeah, you talking about the granddad there. Shout out granddad for the Proud fam. What it do that way, cuz?
yeah, but let me say something about that real quick. You know they rebooted the Proud family, right?
Word.
Yeah, okay. Here's the family dynamic.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh,
Don't use that word. Oh fuck.
wait,
Now I know they just shifted
oh, I see. Oh, because of the
Oh,
word proud.
fuck.
Let me just tell you just like this.
Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so fucking scared.
Billy Porter is playing the black man in the couple.
Oh.
And he is shorter than his buff, blonde, white guy partner.
Oh.
Wait. It's
They took one of the blackest show cartoons and completely and let me just put it like this. They are trying to completely destroy your childhood.
Yes. What the fuck?
I thought. Oh, so basically they're playing on the word proud, right? To refer to the
Oh, nice catch. Yeah, they do that now. They stole the word. Look, man, that's some power. That is some motherfucking scary ass power when just because you take on an already established objective perspective within reality, you can tie that shit on to what you gender dysmorphically do in whatever area that you're in with whatever person that you're in. The fuck? That is scary, cuz. That means that anything that these motherfuckers choose, they could just, you know what I'm saying, tiptoe through the tulips and just pick something, you know what I'm saying? Put that shit in their motherfucking LBGTPAR pocket. And you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Not targeting to us because if you think about it, they say the majority of adults in America they don't even watch mainstream TV anymore. But guess who gets to watch it? Your kids.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That whole thing is to desensitize children into accepting that lifestyle because but kids who are born, the first thing they see, like in any nuclear family, is a mother and a father. And then they figure out eventually in their lives that it's going to take a man and a woman to put man and put his stuff together and a woman put his stuff together to mix up and make a baby. You know,
it's her stuff. You say
yeah. So yeah. So at the end of the day, what really hurts them is the fact that they can't produce what they like to call a cis hetero couple can produce.
Yeah. They're coming up with some weird words, and it's so man.
Look, they're going to turn this joint into Rome, man, and that's what they're trying to do too.
That's the terminology they use on the Black Lives Matter website, and that's what just like I said. Anybody black that I used to tell people, have you read that website? Have you read that website?
Right.
Like, and people will argue. Go ahead.
Remember, I said when you say reading the website before they removed, they changed, they misplaced this. You remember they renovated that website to remove where the original they were talking down on fathers being, fatherhood, and then they removed it, they changed it. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember they said they were really talking down on fatherhood, and they was using all these little cues like toxic masculinity and cisgendered, and you got to respect other family dynamics. And you thinking this organization is supposed to be birthed from the fact that unarmed black men were getting killed by the police, and all of a sudden it's gone from that to accepting other family dynamics.
Boy, that's the look. Shout out Dr. Tia Sign Johnson, such an honorable cat. He called the bait and switch. That was clearly the bait and switch. Boy, they did that shit so damn smooth. And it's sad that speaking of George Floyd, so that was really launched him. Mike Brown aspect launched him, but they didn't really like blow up to the George Floyd thing. Have y'all heard of Ronnie Green?
Yeah, Ronnie Green, he was just killed by the cops, wasn't he?
2019. They lied and said that he
Oh yeah, they lied and said that he died from injuries in the car accident.
crashed into a tree, and then they got, you know what I'm saying, motherfuckers on camera or video camera audio saying I beat the ever living shit out of him. Choked him and everything. He was
Yes.
spitting blood, and all of a sudden he just went limp. These are the words that they got of this motherfucker. 2019, was this March, May, or whatever? Can you imagine some shit like that went down? And then the George Floyd shit happened? As Dave Chappelle said, who are you talking to? Everybody would have understood that then. It wouldn't have been no, oh, well, maybe they not trying to send a message. No, you would have received the message then. You would have understood that, oh, okay, yo, that was the message. Okay, it's some on-site shit. If that's what it is, if it's that much of a gangster party, cool. All right, damn. All right, appreciate
Yeah, remember
that.
all this stuff happened in succession too. Like yeah, Botham John.
You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah, Lamar Arbery. Yeah, George Floyd. You had Elijah McCain.
Nigga, Renika Boyd,
Then,
Breonna Taylor,
yeah,
Yeah.
Breonna Taylor happened.
Hey,
Like
Talia,
Tatiana Jefferson. Like
Tatiana
that.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
Her,
She was the one that was sitting in her living room playing video games.
yeah.
And
out here in Funky Town. Shout out Fort
yeah.
Worth.
Hey, you know, speaking about, you guys mentioned George Floyd, and you know, just bringing something to people's attention. You noticed the tattoos that he had on his chest. Do you guys know what that tattoo was? The big.
Nah, I ain't seen the video, cuz I ain't finna look at no shit like
But I'll
that.
tell you, he had the tattoo of the
I'm
two
going actors before I see that shit.
the tattoos that he had on his chest. Even on the little video that was circulating online about him being a porn star. Even that video, when you look at his chest, it had a big tattoo that had the two headed eagle, and it had the writings. Listen to this: the writing in Latin saying "order out of chaos." Now, I got my tinfoil hat on. I'm like, if that doesn't scream to you,
Let's scream sacrifice if that's the case.
orchestrated and whatever, because on one video, the original video showed the tattoo, you know, whenever they were trying to take him to the car. But not some of the newer videos, they're blurring the tattoo where you don't see it. So,
Wow, okay.
like I always say, they're always retracting things. You know, so now if I were to tell people, oh, he had tattoos on his chest, they'd be like, where? I don't see no tattoos. You see what I'm saying? So they slowly.
So, dog, you can actually look at that video, dog.
Bro, I'm telling you, look, I've seen, I don't know. I've seen someone who died, right? And they're lifting him up from the ground. When someone is dead, their head limps because it's like everything, like there's no life. But how in the hell, if this person is dead and you're lifting him up and his head is still stiff? Like I always say, you know.
Hey, let me say something real quick. Petway boy, let me read this comment real quick. They forgot about that man that got shot while eating ice cream in his house. That the damn black woman judge stepped down to hug the white lady that called the police. On the contrary, Botham John was the first name I said. Yeah.
They actually named a street out here of him.
Of who? Of
Botham's Gene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man sitting in his apartment eating ice cream. Cop claims door was slightly cracked, which I don't believe because because they had a video. They show how the doors close and lock. Yeah, witnesses saying that you heard somebody beating on the door saying "Let me in, let me in, let me in."
You know, when I heard that story, this is what I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on. But from that story, it seems like there was the whole thing that happened was a jealousy. So,
well, look. This is Texas, cuz, and everybody know that niggas from the islands they dig pilgrim chicks out here, cuz they dig and real talk, nigga, and dick them down, nigga.
Yeah. That may be true. It may be true,
It,
but
it happens.
it was made public that both of John's girlfriend was a black girl.
Yeah. So
Yeah. I mean, he might. I don't know. He might have been like fucking a couple of Beckys and
nigga,
Karens or whatever.
growing up out here from 10th grade on up, dog. Yeah, nigga, you understand? Okay, island niggas get a whole lot of Becky pussy, nigga.
Yeah, and both of John was Saint Lucian. Both of John was Saint Lucian. So
nigga, that's an island, ain't it? Ain't it in the Caribbean?
Yeah. That, that's a place where some of my sea moss comes from.
Yeah, them yardis, nigga. Shit. Yeah, them yardis got easy access to the White House.
They chocolate, and I even had some of them that I went to high school with confess to me after they got married and everything, telling me that they had crushes on me, but the reason why they never advanced because of their racist parents.
Yeah.
If that doesn't tell you, but that was my generation. That was 15 years ago. The ones right now, they don't care. They don't care.
You know, I got a lady homegirl whose son is about 22, and he's actually dating some pilgrim chick who has a known racist father who has actually asked this nigga if he wanted to go hunting. Okay. Now she told me this, right? And I'm like, what'd he say? And he said, well, he asked me. I'm like and she would ask these niggas, because her sons and everything. She said, how can y'all have me for a mama? How can y'all have me for a mama, but y'all make decisions like y'all got a duck for a mama? This was her words. You know what I'm saying? She understands the reality of it. Their generation, I don't know, what's 23? What's what generational classification?
Well, they're calling them as Generation Z Alpha.
That's Z Alpha. Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? Any Z Alphas listening, hey, y'all need to, you know what I'm saying, do, y'all brethren a solid, you know what I'm saying? Maybe start. I don't know. Look, because the fact we in Texas, and the history is as it is, and his mama from Louisiana. So, so you already know she understands.
You know what? Even me as a truck driver, when I go to Louisiana, I know people talk about, like, I don't see it. Like, I see, blacks, whites, like, I see like people just living life. Some of them, but like I always say, like, you don't know what you don't know, because people, some people will say in the open, they won't say, but this generation is a bit different.
Wait. You say you don't know what you don't know. You got to ask yourself, what is the knowable potential of the knowledge unknown? You know what I'm talking about? I can understand you don't know what you don't know, but wait a minute. If this little nigga is acting like he ain't understanding racism, RWS, come on, man. That don't make no. In Texas, I can see if we was in, I don't know, Maine, or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? One of them goofy states or whatever. I can understand that, nigga. We in Texas,
but you know what? I have a lot of friends who are Northerners, right? Whom people refer to as Yankees. They actually say that they say they prefer Texas. They say up north is worse. They're more racist. Why? Because it's hidden under the friendly. At least here, if there's one, it's gonna be like in your face. So
actually, it's either here is they actually try to do the friendly thing, right? And that's the odd part, because I'm from North Tulsa. Out there ain't no motherfucking ambiguity, cuz.
Oh, you from okay.
Yeah, ain't no ambiguity. You know where nigga, them lines is bold. You know where you stand, you know where they stand, it is where the TI motherfucking is, right? But Texas operate more like the North.
Yeah.
In the North, they'll do that shit.
The vanillas were giving you some, something, they were throwing it at you, huh?
That's the thing, cuz where I'm from, we throw it at each other, bro. It's dodgeball, homie. You know what I'm saying?
You sounded like a traitor right now, man. You weren't supposed
Real
to.
talk, dog. Look, nigga, look. Hunting season is for everybody.
You a traitor. You must be punished. 40 lashes.
Yes, don't let the dick police catch you.
Yeah. 40 lashes. No. You know what? 40 lashes. Every day for as many days, or was it? We're gonna count how many of them, for each one as a trader. We're gonna give you 40 lashes. Start counting.
I mean, look. Okay, you gotta understand something, dog. It's okay. It's a Tulsa, Oklahoma, dog. It's a lot of fucking pimping that go on in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? And motherfuckers ain't pimping black women out there. All right. Majority of a motherfucking stable is gonna be some motherfucking pilgrim chicks. That's a majority of it. So, and that's how I've always seen this shit. And in that regards, you understand that okay, there's a different type of dynamic. You know what I'm saying, that we have with them. Now I ain't saying I was partaking of that dynamic back then there, but I damn sure understood it. And you know what I'm saying,
milk, right?
Say it again.
Everybody loves milk. That's what they have.
I mean, well, nah. I mean, where I'm from, we call it wolf pussy. You know what I'm talking about? So, you know what I'm saying? You can say that milk shit, but I mean, look, all I understood, you know what I'm saying? You had the pilgrims calling it beaver, snapper, burger. It's like, y'all got all these names, you know what I'm saying, for your woman shit. It's like, none of these are loving.
That, black people are lactose intolerant, yet milk.
How you over there, life?
All right, fellas. This is this is time to wrap this up. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some final thoughts going. I get my final thoughts, and I will see y'all tomorrow night for my very pro Black Manosphere broadcast. So whichever one want to go first.
I'll go first.
I can first. I want to say thank you, man. I think this is my first time being on the panel. I appreciate it. Having me on the panel. And shout out to the brother. Was it Rogish son? Yeah, you're entertaining, bro. I appreciate it.
Respect.
I'm glad we had like was a mental exchange. We learn from each other. You know, nobody knows everything. So on this topic, I'm like, we'll just wait and see how far this brother. I really wish from this, if the mainstream new media, they can't handle the pressure and they actually fire Charlemagne the God, I'll say maybe that'll be a kudo point for for us, black men, because that will be a sign that hey, our voices can affect the mainstream. So we just have to wait and see, because he's saying fact, and by him even sending the cease and assist to actually where he actually read the actual legal document showing that what he did is a big sign already. So I really appreciate it, and hopefully I'll catch you on the next one. Thank you.
And that is Fast in His Life. I appreciate you coming by. I've seen him on other channels. I think mainly on DJ Kuda. So I'll be seeing him around the way. It makes this space interesting to have people who actually know what they're talking about, and and actually I'm thanking you for even coming by and giving your input. So cool shit. All right, Rogish.
I respect. Long live the habitual line steppers.
Long live.
Long live. I appreciate the hospitality as always, Kev. When it comes to this Kwame Brown, brutal honesty. Hey, y'all. I mean, shit, he was just a sleeping giant, apparently. Literally. He's literally a sleeping giant. He's 7 foot fucking tall. And the way that he delivers his rhetoric is just right off the motherfucking porch. The brother's sitting there playing cards and everything. Y'all just wait till he slap out some bones and get the energy going with that one. You know what I'm saying? And he roasting folks. And as he's roasting folks, he's delivering life, you know what I'm saying? Life-giving energy. foundational, traditional, exclusively from the perspective of a black man. This is and being received warmly. People aren't fighting him. If you look and read in them comments, majority of the people in them comments is on his side. And look at what they on his side about. He is a breath of fresh air for a lot of folks. And the fact that so I think it was Petway or I'm not sure. Somebody they already acknowledged that he directly acknowledged the black manosphere. So already made the connection known. You know what I'm saying? So for the brothers and for the righteous sisters that's listening, apparently this is the time. Apparently this is the time, and all we have to do is fortify ourselves deeper within the discipline, but also, okay, let's put forth an effort to expand. We all got to expand. You know what I'm saying? As always, y'all stay safe, stay strong. You know what I'm saying? And don't get that motherfucking vaccine. Holla at y'all. Peace.
All right, Rogish the Bill Monger, thanks once again for coming by. Always welcome. Rogish been on panels with us for a while, so yeah, it's cool shit. Whenever he comes by, he offers an energy that is much needed. Not only from various panels, but for the space itself. Now, really, we need to get behind brothers like Kwame Brown. I mean, you do what you want to do, but I'm telling you, when a man's speaking like this, he's not only speaking for himself, in his own honor, because you goddamn right that he was justified in ranting on everybody he was ranting on, and I mean, it took him 20 years to do it. Not like that he, wanted not like he was slow to do it or he was afraid or anything like that. It's just that he concentrated more so on keeping his life together and making sure that he set himself up to be able to provide for his family and himself. So you really can't blame the guy for that. So now that he got some time, he gonna start laying into everybody, and he's doing a masterful job taking everybody apart. And not only is he doing that, he's also calling out a great many things that is basically exposing the mainstream industry, and the mainstream media narrative is losing its steam. So various things are about to start happening in order to try to shift this balance of power back to the mainstream media. And we're going to have to not only deal with that, but we also have to deal with like a lot of our own people who are just comfortable with the way things were and don't want any kind of positive change. They just want to continue to insult and mock black men and continue to blame us for this entire problem, which is not wholly the black man's fault, but due to brothers like KS and Roger. Yeah. Somebody tried to come back in. I don't know if that was the Roger report or not. He got me earlier tonight. Um, but yeah. I ain't letting nobody on the panel. If that was Roger, I just call you, see what's up. Might not even be him. But like I said, we gotta get behind brothers like Kwame Brown. I mean that, and various brothers who speak up on whether you believe whether they're doing it for themselves or their own interests, which they totally have the right to do. I mean, just know that just know that if someone out there with a much bigger platform is saying the things that you want to say, then that just means the message is getting out there. And it doesn't matter how the message gets out there as long as the message is getting out there. The messengers are pretty cool and innovative and much needed. like I said, there's been a lot of BS going on for a while, and narratives that men like these are producing, and in a lot of men within the space of the Black manosphere, then there is at least the conversation. The conversation can get out there. And Kwame Brown, like, he's a guy that is smart. He's using his platform to get much needed sentiments out there that black men have been feeling for, quite some time. I mean, people like Kevin Samuels is one way. People like Tommy Sotomayor is another way. People like Kwame Brown, that's another way. A lot of different perspectives with a common goal, and that is to enrich and to, I will say, quote unquote, lead us into making better choices so we can finally fix this thing. And and for the people who listen and get the positive out of it, you guys, yeah, I'll thank you myself for that. So honestly, like I said, let's get behind guys, and whatever females that display this resolve, let's get behind them too, and let's stop bullshitting ourselves, and let's begin to work on fixing this thing. So uh like tomorrow night, I will see y'all, and uh, probably channel the spirit of Kwame Brown somewhat, because all of this bullshit about slandering the Black manosphere, that needs to be addressed, and it's turning into childish slander. So I'll address it my way, and some of you know how that is. Other, you might have yet to see, but it should be somewhat interesting. Uh, as I believe in forward motion and not so much things that will serve to divide us, whatever makes the most sense. And right now, the Black manosphere has a huge obstacle ahead of all of us who are wanting to see better for the sphere, because it's people who look like us that are becoming the biggest problem. So, for those of you who are, available tomorrow night, I know there are some other broadcasts that you could be watching, but tune into this one. You may get some good shit out of it. So, anyway, that's it for me and for right now. My suggestion to the troll is stop using habitual line stepper shit, dude. Uh, like I said, I don't really want to have to go through trying to find out who you are, and just be a man, and stop doing that shit, and be who you are. I'm just yeah, I'll address that later, but it's time to go. Thank you for joining me. Long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust. Goodbye.